Hello and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Monday morning, which means the start of a brand new group week. 12 more players are going to be battling it out for the right to play on finals night. If you weren't with us at the weekend, you'll have missed Kieran Tian become the first player to be victorious on this brand new stage behind me. Chris Mason stood alongside me. You were here on Saturday evening. How impressed were you by Kieran?
Yeah, he's making good strides, isn't he? I think he's maturing as a dart player. There was less negativity up there when things didn't go right. He didn't, he didn't bog himself down with negative thoughts. He was positive all the way through and came through a really tough group on Saturday night. It has to be said, Stephen Burton is no joke, and he was pretty much the favourite for that one. So he joins the other 5 players who've already qualified, and we're going to get a new one this week. And good luck picking one from this week, because today is, well, it's a great group, isn't it, this Group A?
It most definitely is. But just to reflect, in case people weren't with us on Saturday night, of course, there is that £5,000 prize fund up for grabs for the winner on a Saturday night now. Players like Kieran Tian are using this as well as the development tour, as well as the challenge tour, to get themselves back on the tour. It's a perfect platform, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great springboard, and especially now because it is a stage. You know, we were playing under the lights, but totally different in front of a crowd on Saturday night. We're going to have crowds in every Saturday night, hopefully on a Friday and a Thursday. I'm working on that. And it's a springboard, because the only way you can practice being under pressure is by being under pressure, and this is a perfect environment for young players coming through.
And you touched on it, so just one on today's action. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Graham Usher last time out was really, really impressive. Played some lovely darts, had that incredible 9-darter. I can't remember how many we've had now, but I think we're into double figures. Great to see Lisa Ashton back. Be interesting to see how she goes. I'm a huge fan of Justin Smith, the young Welsh player. I'm looking forward to the whole group. And of course, we've got Tabs, who was around in my era.
It's going to be a quick one, isn't it? Quick fire darts this morning. Right, before we get into the action then, let's take a little look at how the Super Series format works.
Introducing the MODUS Super Series, an exciting new weekly darts competition featuring top international players competing for more than £1 million in prize money. There is a new MODUS Super Series champion every 13 game weeks. The winner of MODUS Super Series 1 will be crowned on Saturday the 22nd of October 2022. So how does it work? 12 players compete every game week with live footage of every match broadcast 6 days per week on Sporty Stuff TV. Group matches take place Monday to Friday in morning and evening slots as players compete in a series of eliminators. The 6 qualifying players contest the finals every Saturday evening. Round-robin group matches are followed by semi-finals and the final, producing a new winner each week. Every 13th week, the winners from the previous 12 weeks contest the MODUS Super Series Champions Week. The winner takes home the MODUS Super Series title and earns a place on the honours board. After Champions Week, the action starts again for week 1 of the next series.
So then, Charlie Corstefine is our match referee for today. Dan Reid up first. He posted some really impressive averages in the Online Darts Live League. His best, a 117.88. We've seen some heavy scoring from him. He's won 56 of his 97 matches in this competition. A player who's looked superb also on the Challenge Tour this year. Let's see what he can produce here at our brand new venue. He's up against Welshman Justin Smith, who actually has the highest checkout percentage in today's field from matches played in this tournament. For our first match of the morning then, Chris Mason sprinting down to the comms box to join Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Abby. Morning, everyone, and welcome to day 1 of Group A here at the MODUS Super Series. It's our first full week here in Portsmouth, where Justin Smith and Dan Reid gets us underway. Chris Mason has made that sprint over from the studio. You're going to get your steps in today, mate, aren't you?
I am going to get my steps in. I need one of those fancy watches. I should imagine you've got one, haven't you, young people, with all this technology. I can just about turn my laptop on. Yeah, exciting. I'm really looking forward to this group. I think it's going to have everything. It's got great dynamics, great players, and it's going to be super quick.
Exactly. I mean, you look at the demographics. I mean, Justin Smith, Dan Reid, 2 really good up-and-coming young players. You've got the experience of Alan Tabern and James Richardson to come. Graham Usher, who's perhaps had his best year to date, especially with the performances he's put in here. And Lisa Ashton, what she's done in the game speaks for itself.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a couple of world titles behind her, that's for sure. But a great start from Justin Smith. He's one of those players that we've seen a lot of here at the Live League, that you really do expect him to make that next transition across and certainly get a tour card and really push forward. We've seen it from young players like Justin Rock, Josh Rock,
66.
Louis Williams. So many young players coming through now. Double 18.
48.
Well, that would have been a 15-dart hold. Dan Reed way back on 2-3-2.
85. Justin, you require 18.
Slit of his last dart, but Justin Smith splits for double 8.
Game shot
And gets the opening leg of the day. A comfortable hold of throw for the Welshman, leading Dan Reed by a leg to nil, as we see the fantastic stage we've got here in this new venue. And how good was it on Saturday night, mate, to see the crowd in, and they did get into it, didn't they?
We were on the seat of our pants, to be honest. It's, you know, listen, it's tough. We've got the latest technology here, and everybody's just getting accustomed to all that new technology. So there was a few little teething problems early, but once we got going, it just looked brilliant and felt brilliant
58.
to be here. And the reaction from the players, that's what it's all about. The fans in, they loved it, but seeing the players up there and how happy they were to be on a big stage.
118.
Not in a little room.
Yes. Well, I was having a chat with Dan Reed before coming in this morning, and he was saying the fact that he can now play on a stage, and if he
100.
qualifies for Saturday night, the opportunity to play in front of a crowd, for a lot of these players that haven't had that experience and have just come in to this fold and this environment, it's massive for them if they can get themselves on tour.
100.
Absolutely, because the first sort of thing the players will qualify for is the Euro Tour. Well, they're often in front of bigger crowds than what
82.
the match play is, or you know, not necessarily the UK Open or those events, but that's their first blood of getting on stage. Well, if you've not been up there
140.
before, it takes forever to get used to it. It's a different game where they play in this, and like you say, they get in front of a reasonably big crowd, but it's more on stage and under the lights. That's what it's all about.
131. Dan, you require 43.
Dan Reed looking for 43 for the second leg. Tops.
23.
Goes underneath Justin Smith
you require
on 130.
Well, very doable this. Get 2 bites of the cherry at the treble 20 to get a dart at the ball. Oh dear.
94. Dan, you require 20.
Leaves himself handy if Dan Reed misses.
Game shot on the second.
He's always going to hit Dan Reed. Gets us level, 1 apiece here in our first game of the day in Group A.
It's getting better in small increments. 17 darter in the opening leg for Justin Smith, a 16 from Dan Reed, so little 15 darter incoming.
140.
These two have had 3 meetings in the Live League. Their first meeting was
45.
Phase 2 earlier in the year in a semi-final on a Saturday night, and Dan Reed won that 4-3. The last 2 meetings in
100.
Phase 4 Group B both been won by Justin Smith.
And Smith is upping it here, average ticking above 95.
That's tidy.
100.
It's not bad for 9:30 on a Monday morning, is
I'd
it?
be happy with that 9:30 on a Saturday night.
100.
Find out in a few weeks, won't we, Mace?
We will, yeah. Won't be 95, I can assure you. 59, maybe.
I'm sure
60.
you're underselling yourself there.
Justin, you require 161.
Taking the pressure off, mate.
Well, again on throw, Justin Smith's got the luxury of time.
65.
That was the case in the first leg. But Dan Reed was behind against the darts. Justin Smith will get a crack at this 96 for a potential 14 dart leg.
140. Justin, you require 96.
I'm projecting a 15. Double 18 tops. He does love double 18.
56. Dan, you require 156.
Still
Another
on.
one of those.
140. Justin, you require 40. Game show on the third leg. Justin Smith.
Well, Justin Smith gets his nose back in front at 2-1. Couple of missed doubles there, but gets himself back in front. 2-1, all with throw thus far. And the averages have plateaued, and both in the late 80s. 88 for Justin Smith, 87.39 for Dan Reed.
Yeah, very little in it in terms of the averages. 2 out of 5 on the doubles for Smith. 1 from 3 for Dan Reed. Justin Smith is the 4-9 favourite in running. A little bit of 6-4 if you like Dan Reed.
Just get the sense this is one of those games where Justin Smith's got to be careful, because in the scoring department he's been on top. But as you say, 2 from 5 on the doubles, and Dan Reed is just in 1 or 2 legs sneaked up from behind and caused some problems.
Well, unlike us, they're getting used to the new environment as well.
100.
All the players were in bright and early this morning, all had a throw on stage, but
24.
it's all about the game on, isn't it? Our referee there, Charlie Corstefine, calling the numbers in.
Doubling up as MC on Saturday as well. Did a sterling job of it.
He did.
And of course, for some of our referees and officials, this will be a new experience.
140.
This weekend, Charlie's off to Vienna to do the European Tour. Congratulations to Joe
100.
Cullen, who was the winner on Sunday evening.
And a great weekend for Willie O'Connor as well.
Yeah, I rate Willie. Really do think he's a
81. Daniel
fine
McQuire,
player.
111.
2 apiece.
Has options. Tops.
71.
Ooh.
Justin,
Well, this one was made famous
138.
by Keith Deller, of course, back in 1983. My goodness. Nearly 40 years ago. Sadly,
82.
unlike you, who wasn't even born,
Daniel
I can remember
McQuire,
watching it.
40.
No comment.
Game shot.
And as I said a moment or 2 ago, Justin Smith has to be careful. Dan Reed is slowly sneaking his way into the match. It's 2 apiece here between these two in our opening game of the day. Justin Smith 2 from 5 on the doubles, Dan Reed 2 from 6, but it's been the Welshman who's dominated the scoring department, has the throw here in the 5th to put himself 1 away
60.
from claiming the first 2 points of the group.
Yeah, all the matches, best of 7, first to 4, 2 points for a win. Leg difference will count.
140.
The winner of this Group A over the course of 3 days will automatically qualify for Saturday night's final. Positions 2 and 3 go into Thursday and Friday night's Group B, where 3 of 5 qualify, and 4, 5 and 6 return for the Red Eye Thursday and Friday morning. And it's only the top 2, and that eventually, of course, makes up our 6 players for Saturday night's final.
You look at the players that are coming into Group B. That is tough. David Pallett, Jared Cole, Nick Kenny.
100.
Ouch.
I think I'm quite happy to be in week 12. Don't think I fancy this week, that's for sure. I'd be the whipping boy. Nil point.
83.
When you look at the players on show this week, who would you say is favourite to scoop the big prize on Saturday night?
It is really hard to pick one out because there is so much quality in there.
65.
And there's so many players that know how to win these weeks, and they've all been thrown into one group. This is, for me, quite possibly the
174.
toughest week of the 12.
96.
Lovely 174 there from Smith to leave 24. There was a glimmer of a breaker throw for Dan Reed, but
24.
that's been quashed.
The Dundas has left him a chance at double 12. And it's a hole that will feel like a break for Justin Smith, because Dan Reed was in full control of that 5th leg, and he'll be kicking himself. He should have had the opportunity to break the throw there. And now with the darts, he has to hold to stay in the match and to take us all the way to a deciding leg in our opening game of the day.
Decent quality, this.
44.
I say the players are making their... Well, they're not on debut, but they're on debut on the new stage, and I don't care who you are, you've got to get used to the environment.
And then you look at players like Lisa Ashton and James Richardson, who's had that experience on the big stage, playing players like Graham Usher, who, as we've seen in the previous environments, played so well, but perhaps on the biggest stages hasn't had as much experience as them. And it'll be interesting to see over the next couple of weeks how that dynamic plays out.
Absolutely, and I think Graham Usher will be okay. He's one of the quicker throwers, isn't he? So the quicker throwers don't have tend to have time to think. You know, it's only when you get to that crucial moment, the winning line. And we've seen it on Saturday nights. We've seen players go 3 out of 3 on the doubles, and when it came to the match-winning doubles, couldn't get over the line. And again, exactly what you say, it's that big-time experience.
140.
Well, Justin Smith is edging ever closer to it in this one. 201 points away, a score in front of Dan Reid, who had the darts at the start of the leg.
100.
Yeah, Smith is starting to make his move here, and he's in again. Well, he hit 174. Can he hit 177?
139.
You'll take that. Down to 62 after just 12 darts.
59. Justin, you require 62.
Take the opening game of the day. He's going to hit 1 dart at double 16.
30.
But he will come back for more. Going to be under pressure now.
Big pressure. Great 138 to leave tops, just in case. Or can Justin Smith do the business? And he does do the business with a 16-dart break of throw. Our only break of throw in the entirety of that match. An average of 85.71 for Justin Smith. 5 140s, 40% on the doubles. And we're going to be back with Lisa Ashton against Graham Usher.
Welcome back. So then, our second match of the morning. Charlie Courstefine is our match official, guiding us through this one. Graham Usher, the winner of Phase 4 Week 3 earlier this year. He has a superb record in this event, winning just shy of 60% of his 127 matches. We can expect some heavy scoring from him today. He's taken on the Lancashire Rose, the 4-time women's world champion, and someone who's really paved the way for others in this sport. She didn't deliver her best at the women's world match play and failed to reach a final at the last block of women's series event. She finished runner-up in week 4 of Phase 1 this year, though. Let's see how she fares today in the company of Matt Edgar. And first, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, I've got the one and only Mr. Edgar TV.
81.
Good morning, everyone.
When are you due to be on that wonderful new stage, mate?
As soon as possible, really. When you sit here looking at it, and I've been up on the
60.
balcony and had a look round, it looks fantastic. I want to get up there as soon as I possibly can.
Yeah, it's one of those kind of places you look at and think, I'd like to play on there. But a fascinating match, this one. Lisa Ashton against Graham Usher. Just the one meeting we could find, Matt.
40.
That was this year.
Opening weekend of the Challenge Tour, actually. Challenge Tour number 4 in Milton Keynes. Graham Usher taking that victory 5 legs to 3.
Yes, Lisa's had a reasonably quiet year by her standards.
100. Graham, you require 146.
But it's not unusual to have a little dip in form. Happens to the best of us.
100.
Lisa's got a very good habit of doing enough, hasn't she?
Yeah.
You know, she's come here a few times and she's got through a group just enough. She got that tour card by legs.
80.
Yep.
Graham, you require 46.
And she could be a threat here this week as well.
It's going to be in the mix.
Sean, the
But
first
that
leg.
is a
Graham
wonderful
Usher.
start, and Graham Usher is continuing where he left off. He's had a wonderful time here at the
Second
not
leg is
here,
Graham to
but
throw first. Game
as
on.
it was when it was the Live League, now the MODUS Super Series. Hit a 9-darter, of course, one a week.
180.
He might give us another one.
Well, the stat which came on the screen just before we started was those 180 stats. And Graham Usher
100.
loves filling up that red. It's a lot of 180s.
Yeah, he is a big max hitter.
100.
He's one of those lovely quick players that seems to get a rhythm fairly early.
It's when that dart lies in the bottom of the bed, isn't it, or just under that wire. You just know
140.
the next few are going in, and with that rhythm, just comes over the top.
Yeah, he's one of those where his action and
45.
the lie in the board. Most of us either have an up or a down. You know, that stacking thing. He's one of those unique players that's sort of in the middle. So
91.
it doesn't matter if he's got a low dart or a high dart. He can either pop one under or drop one on top.
64. Lisa, you require 170.
How is the form, mate?
Not too bad, actually, coming through well. So I've had a couple of little injury niggles,
50.
as people tend to
Graham,
do
you
at the moment with
require
darts. It's
112.
coming through quite regular, but just looking at this 112 here. It's
80.
a lovely finish at 112. Really like
Lisa,
2
you
darts at the
require
treble. You've been throwing out the whole
120.
game
Yeah,
to leave
get
yourself
2
in
bites of the cherry, don't you? Same as this 120. And that's a good dart for Lisa. Ooh,
40.
how on earth there's darts
Graham, you
that
require
thick?
32.
Managed to squeeze in between the previous dart and the wire.
On the second leg.
Graham
Graham
Usher squeeze
Usher.
those between the wire.
Yeah, this is quick stuff. 31 darts used to win the opening 2 legs. Averaging 97. Only one player in this one at the moment.
First. Game on.
When is your next competitive action, Matt?
96.
I've got 2 weeks. So 2 weeks, it's the Challenge Tour again. We'll see both of these 2, I believe, in the Challenge Tour as well.
50.
Where is it this time?
It's in Leicester.
Oh, Leicester.
So we're going to
is
Leicester.
that a new venue?
I believe they've done it for the Grand Prix.
Ah, right.
So
Okay.
44.
always nice to see new venues, new territories on the tour.
Yep.
98.
Freshens things up a bit, doesn't it? This is a must-win leg for Lisa, for me.
85. 96.
Opportunity here for Lisa, just to get a bit of a gap here, get herself on the scoreboard. Days can get away from you very quick here. And that's great darts there from Lisa, filling it up for the first time of the match. But as I was saying, days can really get away from you quick. You start slow, you're chasing those points
Lisa,
early, and before you know
96.
it, you're in day 2 and then day 3, and you just feel like you're on the back foot all the time.
Yeah, this format can consume you quite quickly, as I'm about to find out. Oh, the joy.
Getting your darts out, are we? Joining in the fun?
I am playing week 12, mate.
Lisa, you require 60.
So far in week 12,
Game shot on the third
it's
leg.
myself,
Lisa
Paul
Ashton.
Nicholson and Andy Jenkins, as Lisa Ashton gets her first chalk on the board and a tidy leg, a 16-darter. Yeah, so don't know who else is joining us in week 12 quite yet.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
One thing's for sure,
heard a
they're in for a
rumour
good week.
it might be Phil Taylor. Ooh.
50.
I might pull a sickie.
100.
That's the beauty of this format. If you haven't got a tool card, anybody can have a bash if you've got a bit of ability. These two have got more than a bit of ability, as Graham Usher pops in his second max. 3 in the match now. 2-1 in the 180 column to Usher, and he leads 2 legs to 1.
131.
Lisa is really starting to rise to the task now as well. She's really waking into this. It is hard this time in the morning to get going, but those darts are just going a lot firmer into the board now, and she's really starting to find her range in this game.
140.
Problem is, as you've already mentioned, Matt, that the format is so short that once you sort of just get to the meat of the game, it's all over.
You're back in that practice room trying to figure it out and work out what you've got to do for the next game.
Yeah.
60. Graham, you require 58.
Especially when your opponent's throwing a near 97 average.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
This is really
Graham
solid.
Usher.
14, 17 and 14 darts, the winning legs for Graham Usher.
Fifth leg, it's Lisa to throw
This is rock
first.
solid stuff.
Game on.
And maintaining that average of 96 as we enter leg number 5, but here comes Lisa.
140.
He's going along quite nicely. An average of 85.
140.
And the 85 average was enough for Justin Smith in match number 1 to win 4 legs to 2 against Dan Reed.
100.
Lisa's been off playing soft tip, hasn't she? Did she win a European
100.
Championships, I think?
That's the beauty, isn't it? The amount of darts that's available at the moment to go out there and play. And then if you're chucking a bit of soft tip as well.
180.
Lisa's chucking in a 180 again. That's the second of the match. 4 in total, 2 apiece.
100. Lisa, you require 81.
Treble 19 for double 12, and she's going to have to go... Oh, she's going to have to worry about it. That's an 11 dart leg from Lisa Ashton. My goodness, how good was that? Yeah, well, so much now, as you said. You've got the ADC, you've got soft tip, you've got
Graham to throw
WDF. For us of a certain age, you've got the seniors. And of course, you've got Pro Tour, Challenge Tour, Development Tour, if you're lucky enough to be of that age.
Darts has never been
60.
in a better place.
No. Are the options there. And of course, the women's game is also starting to gather some momentum now and
59.
getting the support it deserves. We had that brilliant Women's World Match Play won by Fallon Sherrick, who I had the fortune of doing a bit of comms with on Saturday night. She'll be back in action here at the Live League shortly. She's got her work cut out, hasn't she? With Bo Greaves coming into
100.
the Women's Series.
I'm enjoying seeing that story.
4 out of 4. My goodness.
It's going to be some good battles.
45.
Oh, it is. It's great for the game. And Fallon actually said that. She said, listen, it's brilliant.
140.
She knows she's got to raise her game and find another gear to make sure she qualifies for the World Championships. Top 2 of the Women's Series. Lisa already guaranteed her place.
100. Graham
how dominant she was
62.
early in the women's series. Oh, double 16 to wrap it up. And
the
what
match,
a way
Graham Usher.
to wrap it up. The last 3 legs of that match were won in 14, 11 and 14 darts. Lisa Ashton in defeat 4-2 with an 88.07. Graham Usher 99.99. And the final 2 players in our 6-player field. Up next, Alan Tabern facing James Richardson.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Charlie Corstorphine there on stage with our next 2 players. We have former PDC tour card holder James Richardson, who you may remember for his exploits at the 2012 World Championship, where he beat Roman van Barneveld 3-0 in the first round of the tournament. He's played in more live league matches than anyone else involved this week, with 164 wins, leaving him with a 57.95% win rate. He's up against the St. Alan Tabern, of course a PDC quarter-finalist at the 2007 World Championship, someone with vast experience in this game, last earning himself a tour card back in 2018. In terms of this competition then, he's played in 42 matches, won just 17 of them. Let's find out who will come out on top in this one with Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you, Abby. A battle of experience in game 3 of our Monday morning session. Alan Tabern the Saint up against James Richardson and Matthew Edgar alongside me in the commentary box. These are 2 players that will probably suit this environment and be more used to this environment than perhaps some of the other players that have played in this group.
Well, they're 2 players who's experienced every single environment there is to experience in darts, aren't they? And Abby alluded to it there when she was in the intro. James Richardson, 2012, that game with Barneveld, that was an experience I'll never forget. That was an incredible
36.
performance from James. Lots of 180s, 145 finishes. I remember it as if it was yesterday. Really, really good performance.
I thought when you said good performance there, I thought you meant the walk-on.
140.
He does like a walk-on. He loves the crowd. But he's also been very ruthless in this sort of environment.
180.
As expressed there.
Well, I said he hits a lot of 180s. We saw it on the graphic. He hits a lot of 180s, and it's took him a
105.
couple of handfuls of darts, and he's got his first 180 on the board.
I think what we'll find today is, with this brand new environment for a lot of the players,
60.
I mean, Graham Usher may absolutely throw this logic out the window of his average earlier on, but it might take 1 or 2 games for these players to settle, because for some, yes, they may have played on the stage. Obviously, James Richardson
97.
recently, Lisa Ashton recently, but there's a few that may have not had as much stage experience, or it's been a while since they've been on stage.
Well, I cut through the Players' Lounge on my way through to the comms box, and I asked them what it's
100.
like.
Alan, you
I played on these. I want to
40.
know what it's like on that stage, and they say it's hot. Hot up there. We're getting a bit warmer.
30.
But Tabern going for that double 10. Misses that, sets up James
Danger
Richardson's
requires
chance at the 76.
Well, despite hitting the maximum, James Richardson's really been out of this leg up until this moment.
36. Alan, you require
Leaves
10.
themselves on tops if he comes back. Working his way down,
No score.
but not far down enough.
James, you require 40.
So Richardson back for tops for the breaker throw in the opener.
No score.
And it strayed the other side for James
Alan, you
Richardson.
require 10.
He felt the lie was so nice for him, but it falls the other side of the wire. And Tabern here, back on double 5. He is working his way down in the last visit. Too far down this time.
6. James, you require
It's just getting a bit
40.
scrappy on the doubles, Matt.
I spoke to Alan this morning. I said, I haven't seen you for a while. And he's like, yeah, he's just had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest.
Richardson.
And you tend to find when you do that, it's those opening doubles that you're going to get found out of. The 20s is not a problem. We've been throwing at that all the time. As soon as you
Second
start
leg, it's
shooting
James
around the
to throw
board,
first.
it becomes
Game
a
on.
bit of a problem. And then when that becomes a problem, other things can become a problem as well, because you start chasing. He's not going to be feeling positive back there at the moment. Can James be
85.
ruthless? I'm going to keep dropping that in all day. I'm going to do that all game.
Matt Egler, ruthless bingo.
140.
Full house, it's done. It's already in.
And of course, we speak about the players being on the stage, but we see
60.
so many times, even with or without a crowd, if it doesn't go well at the start, players can almost find a black hole in the middle of it, and they get
100.
sucked straight back down it, and there's no way back sometimes in that scenario.
I literally said this in the last game. You want to start well in these group phases. You don't want to be chasing. We're here for 3 days in this group.
100.
You don't want to go in with a couple of big defeats. Leg difference is a player in this group. You do not want to start taking a couple of heavy defeats early on.
140.
Like we say, Alan's very experienced and he will know that fact as well.
95. Alan, you require
Leaves himself
121.
finish after 9, does the Saint in Portsmouth. Might need to rethink that nickname.
85.
Good
James,
dart
you
there,
require
curling that round.
161.
Sort of blocked it a little bit, had to come around, found that. Gives him 3 darts at double 18 to level up the game at 1 apiece.
83.
13
Alan,
dart
you require
potentially.
36. Game shot on the second
14
leg.
will
Alan
do for
Tabern.
Alan Tabern, and he breaks back. It's 1 apiece here in our 3rd game of the day. And you just sense both players still yet to kind of settle into this
Third
one.
leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
I think we're a matter of time away from warming up for this one now. The scoring phase has been good. When we get to that back end, these stats are going to shoot through the roof.
43.
Well, Alan Tabern at the minute, 1 from 10 on the doubles. James Richardson, 1 from 4. Missed a plethora of doubles at,
48.
or plethora of darts at double 5, should I say, in the opening leg. Which Richardson mopped up.
100.
So his double treble stats at the moment, those 3 140s for Alan Tabern, that is the eye-catching stat at the moment. That's probably separating the two players at the moment, even though they're not separated on the scoreboard. If that continues,
78.
the scoreboard will separate these two by the end, if he can keep finding those double treble combos.
It's a bit like the Vince Lombardi mantra of offense
100.
wins your games, but defense wins your championships. 180s are eye-catching, but the consistency on the 140 bed is what's going to win your games ultimately.
80.
James just had a bounce out there, and it's interesting because he had a couple of darts that have been a bit loose in the board. And I've kind of been waiting and expecting that, and we're just seeing it there. It'll be interesting to keep an eye on that, see if he loses a few darts throughout the day.
Stephen Burton lost one down the smoke machine on Saturday night.
95.
When you think you've seen everything.
$60.
But Tabern here's just opened the door for James Richardson. Only a 60 there, with Richardson back on 200. And Ruthless is cranking it right open.
180. Alan, you require 144.
Good lie in the board, that, for just going underneath. Great dart for 144 in his double 12. Great finish from Alan Tabern, 144, just when James Richardson was cranking up the pressure. Alan Tabern takes out a huge 144 finish. That's one dart in hand at the double as well, which was the stat we just said he needs to improve on, and instantly improves on that, and improves on those double treble combos we was just talking about as well. I said it's separating the two players. Now that stat has separated the two players. Big 144 finish there for Alan Tabern.
And now the pressure
81.
is right back on James Richardson. Needs a break of throw at some point in this match. We're throwing the fourth.
100.
And going about his business well.
Starting to do the James Richardson stomp. When he feels good, he stomps around that stage. And he's starting to get that stomp going. But that was another 140 there for Tabern. That is the key stat I'm keeping my eye on here.
100.
That is the thing at the moment that is separating these players.
5 of them now for the Saint. No 180s. Richardson has 2, but as we said a moment or two ago, those 140s have been the telling sign in this game. It's a telling sign potentially again, unless Richardson can take this 161 out. He can't this time.
How poetic would it be? We've been bigging up the 140 hitting, and then he takes a 140. We're giving you the moment, Alan. We've built it up for you. Leaves top, so good lead. James on 96. This is not an easy shot at all. He needs a treble with the first 2 darts. Perfect. 2 darts at the double 18.
78.
Comes low. Tabern 40. 13 dart potential.
And a break of throw.
$30.
Which would have put him one away. So Richardson back for the hold for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth.
And there it is. We are back level at 2 apiece. Alan Tabern had the opportunity there to open up the break, open up a 3-1 lead. The opportunity's come and gone. Although he has the darts in the 5th.
Leg, it's Alan to throw
to re-establish that advantage.
That tops breakdown let him down in leg 1, and it's let him down again now. It'll be interesting to see if he starts changing the tactic on that and avoiding leaving the tops, which is something we're seeing like in the common dart player at the moment. Just thinking a little bit deeper about what's going on up there.
85.
When you're in the heat of battle, though, how difficult is it? Because I could imagine that you almost got this preset and this muscle memory that you're so instinctive on tops. As Alan Tabern piles in his first max of the match. But you're so instinctive on, say, tops if it's your favourite double, or double 16 if it's your favourite double. How much do you have to rethink everything if it's not working and you've got to find another MO?
Yeah, a lot of the time that comes down to your breakdown of your shots. because a lot of the time we set up in a certain
85.
way to lead us to a certain double or a combination of doing so. And it'll just come through because you'll start using a 17 rather than a 19, and you'll start switching around a bit more. And there's another 180. 2 180s in this leg, but 3 180s in the match so far for James Richardson. We said it would hot up, and it is doing so now.
100.
But at 2 180s, the last two have been at pivotal points in the leg.
Ruthless darts. We said the 145 against Barneveld.
125.
Just comes
Alan, you
short.
require
They was
76.
big in that match in 2012. They was nearly big in that moment as well. Here's that tops. Will it be his friend this time?
56.
Again low.
James, you require 20.
Crucial moments in this match.
Game shot.
And
on the
James
fifth
Richardson
leg.
gets a
James
break of foe,
Richardson.
and now he has the darts for a 4-2 victory to open up his group campaign with victory against Alan Tabern.
Sixth leg, it's James to throw first.
That was the second breaker throw. He did break after leg 1 and instantly lost the break back to Tabern. If that happens again
81.
here, he will be facing the throw at 3-all.
60.
Haven't gone all the way yet. Our first two games both went 4-2. Justin Smith beating Dan Reed by that scoreline, and Graham Usher, who impressed with that 99
41.
average, beating Lisa Ashton by that same scoreline.
Looked relentless, didn't he? Looked really good, on form.
140.
As are Tabern's 140s. That is 7 now. 7 140s in this match so far, including that huge 144 finish.
77.
I think Alan was one of those players before he came on stage today we haven't seen too much of
121.
recently, so we were just wondering whereabouts his form guide is, but he's showing us straight away that he's in the groove. 88 average, not bad to start off your
60.
campaign. And I can imagine this is a different sort of feeling for the players, because you go straight in a tournament, you go straight in. If you lose, you go home. Whereas
60.
in this format, you can work your way into a particular day.
See, I didn't like that when I played in this. When you lose, you've lost.
140.
And I don't like that. Come back and try again, come back and
Alan,
try
you
again.
require
And I
120.
struggle with that personally. Alan has struggled with this tops, and it looks like he's going to be
60.
leaving it again there
James,
with the
you
60.
require
If
102.
James Richardson does not take the 102, if he does take the 102, it is game over.
80.
That was
Alan,
double
you
11 for the
require
shot there for
60.
James Richardson. Misses that, gives Tabern the shot at 60. Tops has not been his friend. Nor has
40.
tens.
And so
James,
double
you
11
require 22.
to seal yet another 4-2 victory in this group. It's going to get one dart at double 4,
18.
but that one goes wide as well. And Alan
Alan, you
Tabern
require 20.
will get yet another chance for yet another break of throw. Up for double 5. He had problems here in the first leg of the match,
Game shot
but
on
he
the
has
sixth
no
leg.
problems in the
Alan
sixth,
Tabern.
which takes us to the 7th and final leg of the match. For the first time in Group A, we are going all 7 legs, and Alan Tabern has the darts, although in this match
Seventh
it's been
final
quite
leg. It's Alan
academic.
to throw first. Game on.
Big puff of the cheeks there for Alan. He knew he was facing it there. If he did not hit that double 5, he was losing the points in this one. I think although Alan's got the throw here, this is a completely 50-50 leg, the way this has
40.
been going.
And possibly after that first visit, it could be advantage Richardson. That first start just above the wire is a
100.
nice little guide, isn't it, for James?
Exactly. We spoke about this about Graham Usher in the last game, how he likes it just underneath. With James, the way his darts kick up, it just makes the
60.
treble feel bigger. James needs to be ruthless here. Dropped it in again.
140.
Number 3 in this match?
We've got another 4 matches to go yet as well, so plenty more time.
Could be a long day.
Keep your tally, guys, at home.
And of course, you can get in contact with us here at the Super Series. Make sure I say Super Series. It's at
97.
MSS Darts on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. We'd love to hear from you throughout the course of the day. Keep your comments fun, keep them clean. And we'll try and get some of those in as the day goes on. We do love hearing from you.
64.
Tabern was in a bit of trouble there, and that double treble combos just got him back in the leg. Despite the fact he's lost the throw in the scoring phase here, he's back in it
Alan,
at
you
the finishing
require
phase.
170.
Well, this would be some way to finish the match, but we are not going fishing in the deciding leg of this one.
40.
James Richardson, good shot this. You only need one treble to give yourself a shot at the double. Tabern back on 130, so he'll feel he's got time. Options. To pick the 16s.
74. Alan, you require 130.
From the big fish to the mini fish for the match. But you've got to make sure you get your first dart on target, even if it's not in the treble. Give yourself
25.
at least the opportunity with the second dart to at least have a poke at the ball.
32.
But James Richardson, for a 4-3 victory, wants double 16. Now double 8. Chasing round the board.
Game,
But no longer. And double 4.
James
Seals leg
Richardson.
4 for James Richardson. And victory against Alan Tabern in the deciding leg by 4 legs to 3. With an 83.73 average, 4 from 18 on the checkouts. But have a look at that. 3 maximums as well. He's the victor over Alan Tabern. And after the break, we're going to see Dan Reed in action against Lisa Ashton.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We have just seen a proper tungsten tussle, haven't we? Matt Edgar was in commentary for that one. What did you make of that match?
Really good game, actually. A lot of treble hitting. Doubles let him down a little bit at times. And if they tighten those up, we're going to see some big stats this day.
Absolutely, and we saw that 144 out from Tabern. That was superb, but it wasn't reflective of his finishing on the whole, was it?
No, he really found it tough on that top end of the board. He was throwing a lot of darts low on that 20, and when you break that down, you go in the 10s, or you start worrying about the 5s, and you get stuck on that, and that's where he found his stats really came down, getting stuck on that top end of the board.
Absolutely, and up next we've got Dan Reed against Lisa Ashton, who you can probably see behind me throw in their practice darts. They both lost their opening matches 4-2, and you made an interesting point in commentary that normally as a darts player you lose a match and then you can be down about it and you can go home and reflect on the match. Here, with this format, it is quite relentless, it is quite ruthless. How do you adapt to be able to not dwell on a defeat too much?
It's tough, but the thing with this Group A, you've got to get points on the board early. We are playing for one place going through to Saturday, and Saturday is where you want to be, especially now in this venue. So get through to Saturday, you can't be starting with back-to-back defeats, and both of these players will know that, and you come off there, and you've almost got to put that frustration aside and focus more on that next one, because you've got to get points on the board early.
But a word on Lisa, because she really did start to find her range in the middle of her opening match, didn't she? She started throwing a lot more like we know she can, 11 dart leg in there as well. She's throwing some really, really good darts.
Definitely, she warmed into the task. First couple of legs, she was a little bit off, and then really warmed into the task and really got going towards that. Still early in the morning, there's still plenty of points to play for, and should be ready for this one, sure.
Absolutely. Right, let's get into this one then. Charlie Courstefine is your match referee, but let's hand over to our commentary team of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. I'm looking forward to this one. And looking at the stats from their opening matches, Dan Reed averaged 83.73 in that 4-2 defeat to Justin Smith. Lisa Ashton against a very impressive Graham Usher averaged 88.07, so she's got an opportunity in this one. Dan Reed is the 4-9 favourite, Henry. 13-8 about Lisa.
Yeah, interesting that one. I would have had Lisa slight favourite from the off in this one.
58.
As you mentioned, played incredibly well against Graham Usher, but not much she could have done against that.
Well, he was just shy of 100, wasn't he? 99.9 the average, the highest average of the day so far. Certainly won't be the highest average of the week, but Dan Reed is a player that has impressed here at the MODUS Super Series, or as it was then, the Online Darts Live League, which I'm finding hard not to say after saying it for the past 3 years or so.
Muscle memory.
Yeah.
We were having a chat before we came on comms, Chris, and we were looking at both of these players' stats for the year at the Live League, and you look at them consistently at around the mid-80s, you know, a steady enough game from the pair of them throughout the course of 2022.
Yeah, Dan Reed's playing his 99th match here, and he's averaging just shy of 90 across the board. Lisa, 86.75. She's playing her 84th match this year. 65. Those numbers are very, very impressive. I take a 86 at Super League every week.
Just teasing us for week 12, mate.
120.
Well, steady start from Lisa, wanting 120 after 12. With Reed looking back on a ton. He's going to get a dart at tops. Gets tops with the breaker throw. A superb start from the Lancashire Rose. 120 to open up the account in this one. A first ton plus finish for her.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
And as I mentioned, the breaker throw, so crucial in this short course format.
Well, especially for Lisa in this one, because she's against the dart, so needed a breaker throw at some point to win this match, and she's got it in leg one.
And suddenly it cranks the pressure on Dan Reed.
125.
And he responds instantly. Dan Reed has one of the many averages in the 117s that we've had during the last 9 months. 117.88, the highest personal best of all the 12 players in action
60.
this week. James Richardson with 111.33 this year. Graham Usher with 111.2. Staggering numbers, aren't they?
60.
I can remember when 100 average was a rarity.
Now you can cherry pick them these days.
140.
Yeah, they're 2 a penny. Make the game look far too easy. Look at that, all that room.
140. Lisa, you require 84.
To double the lead in no time at all. Averaging over a ton is Lisa Ashton.
Game
Double
shot
12. Oh, this
second
is
leg.
ruthless.
Lisa Ashton.
From the Lancashire Road. Opens up a 2-0 lead over Dan Reed. Averaging 103.66.
Third leg.
We were asking how she was going to respond from that game against Graham Usher. There's your answer.
Yeah, well, she looks fabulous towards the back end of that match. And just 29 darts used to win the opening 2 legs of this one. She did have an 11 darter in defeat against Graham Usher.
83.
Dan Reed averaging 92.6, and he hasn't really had a look in this match,
Not
has he?
had a double.
I was mentioning to Matt Edgar in the last game, for players having lost that first game, then having to come back on stage, because their usual mentality would be, well, if they've lost
60.
in a first round game, then they're going home. They're going back to the hotel room or whatever they're doing. Whereas here, they've got to get themselves back up in about 20, 30 minutes time to then go again.
Yeah, it's a totally different approach than you would normally have, and you can't get too down on yourself. And we've seen it from players in the past that lose a couple of early games and
Dan, you require 98.
almost not produce because they're worrying about those defeats. But they've got 15 matches in this Group A to get things right.
60.
If they don't win it, you want to finish in that 2nd or 3rd position to go into the evening session on the Thursday and Friday, where it's only a group of 5, of course, and the top 3
Dan,
progress.
you require 38.
That's the reward for finishing in the top 3. I'm amazed he didn't split this, you know.
No score.
With Lisa all the way back on 227, and all she needs to do here is hit a max, and then this leg is completely up in the offing. Even a 140 or 2 treble visit would have completely
84.
turned it on its head.
Well, he was originally on
38.
98, wasn't he, when Lisa was back on 273. He's hit the 60. For me, I would have split it instantly and gone 6 double 16.
No score. Lisa, you
He's now
require
had
143.
8 darts at double 19.
85.
Now he can't afford
Dan, you
a mistake.
require 38.
Do you split now, Mace?
No. Well, and he has. He's split at the wrong time.
Game shot on the
Fortunately,
third leg. Dan Reed.
For Dan Reed, he's found the double 8, and it was a 21 darter, and he missed 9
Fourth
darts
leg,
at a
it's
double.
Lisa
That's how
throw
good a leg it
first.
was.
Game on.
We often talk about in this commentary box playing the player or playing the board. In those situations, as Lisa gets in her first max of the match, the first max of the match, we often talk about player versus the board. At that opportunity, does Dan Reed have to look at the scoreboard and then
81.
reevaluate once he's hit the treble?
Absolutely. I mean, it amazes me sometimes. You watch a player throw a dart in the treble 20 on a
60.
combination and then look. I used to look. While I'm at the back of stage, I'll have a look and think, right, if I hit the treble 20 on that 98 situation, my opponent's back on 273. I'm going 6 double 16. Not getting bogged down in that double 19 area. Or you've got to attack the double. You can't throw it at it. You've got to throw it in it. Wow, her second max of the leg. Cranking that average back up to around a ton. As Lisa, 99.91, despite an indifferent
Lisa, you require 81.
third leg, but an opportunity for another 11 darter.
41.
Comes back for tops, hasn't missed a dart at double so far in this match as Lisa Ashton. 2 from 2.
Well, she was 2 from 3 in that defeat against
125.
Graham Usher. So her doubling today
Lisa, you
is
require
dynamite.
40. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Case
Lisa Ashton.
in point.
Absolutely.
So Lisa Ashton opens up a 3-1 lead on Dan Reed, who has the darts in the 5th and has to win the lot.
It's Dan to throw first.
3 legs remain. He has to win them all. Easier said than done when your opponent's averaging 97.3. Is it 2 180s, 2 140s, 3 scores between a ton and 139, and 3 out of 3 on the doubles.
95.
Finishes of 120 and 84. This is impressive.
100.
One thing for sure, those kind of numbers, you'll win more than you lose.
140.
It's what they call steady.
Jeez, I don't know what league you play in.
60.
In fairness,
Remind me never to do an exhibition in your pub.
I've got an 85 average. I'll be running around this place.
140.
I'll be out of breath by the end of it, mine, but...
There's a lot of stairs.
140. Lisa, you require 126.
For the match. Another chance. Leave the bullseye. The bull. Yet to miss a double.
92.
Well, the only dart she's missed at a double
Dan,
is
you
the
require
smallest one on the board.
115.
Will she be back? Up the double 17. Double 19. He got bogged down on this one earlier. Not now, though.
Dan Reed.
As we get another ton plus out. This time the 115. And this time no drama at all on the double 19.
But for Dan Reed, this is the leg. This is the one against the darts that he has to win. Lisa Ashton throwing for the match.
60.
One match dart at the ball on the back of the 126 to win it 4-1.
140.
And is Dan Reed starting to find his feet.
140.
He's not really being allowed to, has he, in this game? Every single time you think that there's a glimmer of hope. Lisa Ashton's just found something, hasn't she, at the right time? Almost just to bog him down at every single opportunity.
Well, he's not been allowed to breathe. The pressure has just been maintained.
140.
And there's another example. 13 140s in this match. 7 to Dan, 6 to Lisa. And it's 2-0 in the 180 column to Lisa.
You require 161.
In terms of total ton pluses scored, 11 for Lisa, 14 for Dan Reed.
97.
And Ashton will return for 64 for the match. With Dan Reed all the way back on 2-2-1.
57. Lisa, you require
He is himself
64.
on something. But Lisa Ashton should get a dart for the match. Double 16.
48. Dan, you
A rare
require
miss
164.
on the doubles bed for Lisa Ashton.
Well, all barring the third highest finish possible, which is not going to happen now.
99.
Should have stayed on the treble 19.
Lisa, you require
treble
16.
18. But to wrap up, an absolute blinder.
Game, shot, and the match. Lisa Ashton.
And closes it out with the longest leg for Lisa in the match, a 17 darter, but an end average 98.22. 2 180s, 4 out of 7 on the doubles, and Lisa picks up her first 2 points of the day. Up next, it is James Richardson against Justin Smith.
Welcome back. The players and match referee Charlie Corstafina are up on stage and ready to get our next match underway. It's James Richardson then, who came through his opening match against Alan Tabern 4-3, despite only hitting 22% of his doubles. 14 darts missed at the outer ring from Richardson in that one against Justin Smith, who was a bit more clinical at seeing out legs in his opener. He came through 4-2 against Dan Reed. Who will prevail in this one? Let's join the star of Edgar TV and first the star of his old front room, I guess, Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. I am a living room legend. Done many a 120 average in there. Myself and Matt were just waxing lyrically about that performance from Lisa Ashton. It was a little bit special, wasn't it?
Very good, nearly touching the 100. And I said before that game started that she was warming into the day. First two legs was a bit ropey, and then she warmed into it and just carried that on. Yeah,
she was very good against Graham Usher, but he was well, virtually unplayable. She had that 11 darter as well, didn't she, against Graham Usher? And that 100. Was the indication of the form she was showing coming into this one. And, well, she produced 15 darts, 14 darts and 13 darts against Dan Reed, and then finished it off with a very comfortable looking 17.
43.
Had she hit the ball on that 126 for the match 4-1, she would have averaged over 100.
100.
And it looks like the standard is going to continue here. Both players leaving a finish after 12. Justin's left himself tops.
Yeah, I think they're enjoying the new environment.
Game shot on the first leg. James Richardson.
8-15, Richardson, favourite for this one, and holds in 15 despite Justin Smith leaving tops after
Second
12.
Leg, it's Justin to throw first.
Oh, that was the login to your fast bank account then, Matt.
It's a piggy bank nowadays.
60.
We were saying before we started that Justin's got this
100.
Nice, silky, smooth throw.
It is lovely.
And when he gets going, it just looks easy.
Well, he doesn't. Well, you're more surprised when he misses. It's got that fluidity to it.
38.
It just looks so easy, and I love these actions. And people often ask me, what's the difference? Why do you like watching some players and maybe not like watching other players
57.
as much? But it's just easy on the eye, isn't it? It's just glorious to watch.
Well, you said at the very opening of the show you're looking forward to seeing Justin Smith today, and like I say, it makes it look easy. Averaging 108 at the moment, and finding those trebles and making it look easy.
Yeah, well, you look at, I think of players like Michael Smith's another one who looks effortless. Adrian Lewis, Joe Cullen, they all make the game look ridiculously easy. And I mean, you talked about it yourself on your own 64. Show about breaking them fundamentals down and just getting the action one motion.
32.
And that way you can repeat.
I think it was Steve Beaton who's got one of the nicest throws of all time. Said,
and Barney.
Just keep it easy. Yeah. Keep it simple.
Exactly. Fewest moving parts as possible.
171.
It's a wonderful setup 32. Shot, but like the 140 in leg one from Smith, it might be immaterial. Ooh, now it's awkward. Which way does he go, left or right? No. Cha-cha-cha.
Game shot on the second leg. Justin Smith.
What a dart that is. My goodness. He was almost in Southampton. He was so far left.
Third leg,
I was thinking of that slide to the left, slide to the right. I'm sure someone will edit that in at some point and put it on social media.
180.
On his last visit was 171. And he opens with a max.
60.
All been in the same leg. He'd be throwing at 150. Oh. 9 perfect darts from James Richardson. 171 was his final visit in
100.
Leg 2.
James, you require 141.
He's followed that with 180, 180. That'll get clipped up.
This will get clipped up if he hits his treble 19.
109.
7 darts into the 9.
And he's hit
10
a few.
perfect.
Yeah, he's hit a few at the old venue. One against his son.
121.
In the last leg of the
James
match.
requires
Harsh,
32.
isn't it? Harsh. You'd get the old Dominic Mysterio nowadays for that.
Game shot on the third leg.
That's an
James
absolute
Richardson.
stunning reply from Richardson. An 11 dart leg and a hold of throw. And he moves one clear, leads
Fourth leg,
2-1,
it's Justin
averaging
to throw first.
107.63.
140.
6th 140 of the match there for Justin Smith. But James is just finding that treble with the
140.
first dart now.
Well, James Richardson's personal best is 111.33.
45.
Is that all?
Mm.
Well, he's going to be challenging that here. That again, that first dart in the treble,
140.
following it in.
Well, he's another player when he's absolutely on it. Makes it look ridiculously easy.
60.
I'm trying not to say it because I did it 4 times in the last one, but this is ruthless.
That's relentless.
Henry had me on ruthless watch in the last game. Seeing how many times I dropped it in there. That's 5 for the day.
140. James, you require 144.
Hasn't he? No, it was Tabern against James Richardson that took out the 144, of
Justin,
course,
you
in
require 160.
match number 3 today. They are rattling through them. This is match number 5 of 15.
100. James, you require 24.
12s for a 13 darter. Average still way over the ton. Double 3.
18.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Justin, you require 16.
4 missed darts at a double for 3-1.
Game shot
And
on the
a break
fourth
a
leg.
throw.
Justin Smith.
But it is Justin Smith with a 16 dart hold. Incredibly, not a breaker throw in sight so far in this match.
Fifth leg, it's James
26
to throw
darts
first.
for James Richardson to win his 2 legs of the match. 34 for Justin Smith.
97.
Hence the big gap in the averages. 105 Richardson, 95 Smith. But it's 2-2. That's the important number.
100.
That's the first time for a long time James Richardson
100.
hasn't put that first dart in the treble. He's been absolutely ruthless with that first dart.
95.
Let me think of another word for relentless. Just going to Google it. Hang on. Give me a sec.
100.
Do like to milk the odd stat here and there from time to time.
136.
Nice leave to leave the 170. Trebles every throw here at the moment, which is good.
Justin, you require
Keeps the averages high.
170.
Keeps it coming down, keeps you in that 15 dart bracket.
Oh, button.
Game shot on the
Oh,
fifth leg.
yes, Justin Smith. What a time to find the 170 out. Didn't have to wait long this week to see that magical finish
Sixth
go
leg,
in.
it's Justin to throw first.
What a time to get it. A breaker throw. He's now throwing for a match that's been dominated by James Richardson.
140.
This is just quality. That's his 9th 140 of the match so far. Average up to 102. James Richardson losing despite averaging 106.
140.
And climbing. 107.45. James Richardson has had 15 scores of a ton or more in this one.
85.
9 of them have been 140 and more. 15 for Justin Smith. This match has had 16.
140.
Make that 17. 140s in it.
They're just really complementing each other there, aren't they? It's
Well,
good
the
pace.
tempo of the
100.
game is good as well for both, isn't it? It's got a nice rhythm to it.
How can you not enjoy this? This is fantastic. Another 180 for James Richardson. That is his third. And he's also had a 171 in there, so we could call it 4.
You're a sports fan and you don't like this, you're well, maybe a little strange. Tops for an 11.
Game shot on the 6th play.
Absolutely
James Richardson.
Beautiful from both. Back-to-back break of throws. A 12-darter with the 170 from Smith has been backed up and trumped
final leg. It's James
by Richardson.
First. Game on.
And an 11-dart break of throw.
That personal best you said earlier, 111 average, is under threat here. James averaging 110, going up to the 111 with that 140. So we could be about to see a stat breaker here for Ruthless.
100.
Yep. I think he's going to have to go in 12 or 13 darts. Well, that's on the cards.
180.
Wow. I don't care. It is relentless. I just don't care. He's had a 171.
60.
And 4 180s. 9 140s. Come on, James. 131 and then ball for a 10. Do it.
100.
You know it's quality when you hit a ton and your average comes down.
And Justin will be thinking he hasn't really done anything wrong here.
He's averaging 99.89.
We'll round it up to a ton. We'll give him the other 0 point. We'll give him the ton. Just going to set this up nice. Set it up for the 13. Nothing Justin can do here to affect this directly. Can leave something on.
Yeah, you can apply a bit of pressure and plant the seed of doubt, but
32.
Richardson, double 16 for an absolute blinder.
Game shots.
A bit of an anticlimax. And ends with an average of 108.67, which seems a little disappointing the way he played throughout that one. 99.89 for Smith in what was an absolute classic here at the Super Series. Up next, Graham Usher against Alan Tabern.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So then, time for match number 6 of the morning. Our referee and players are up on stage. Graham Usher, we know he's quick, we know he scores heavily, and he certainly showed those qualities in his opener, laying down a marker averaging just shy of a ton in victory over Lisa Ashton. He's up against Alan Tabern, who had a bit of double trouble in his opener, despite taking out a 1-4-4. He's looking to get his first points on the board here. So let's hand back to our commentary team of Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
96.
Thank you, Abby. Follow that, fellas. What a fantastic last game we saw between James Richardson and Justin Smith. Richardson with 108.67 average and teased us towards that 9 as well. But a man who's hit a 9 darter
100.
in the prerequisite live league. Graham Usher is in action against Alan Tabern. Usher, who's playing perhaps some of the best darts of his
100.
career this year, Matt Edgar.
Oh, definitely. You know, he won that phase before, and he's carried that on coming into here as well. That first
41.
game, very, very good standard. And when we look at what we're seeing here today, he's going to need to keep that going, though, because there's a couple of people there that mean business. Even though
44.
Justin Smith did not get that win, he looked good. That 170 finish, the ton average. Some dangerous players in this group. We said at the very, very start, this group A
100.
is quality, and we are seeing quality all the way through at the moment.
Indeed we are. Which makes these opening matches on Monday oh so crucial, because
28.
you
Graham,
just
you
get the
require
feeling, even at this
164.
early stage, it feels like a group that will be going down to the final round of matches, perhaps for that top
100.
spot.
Points are important, but so are legs. Legs will play a part in this, and you do not want to be trying to catch up a 4-0 somewhere along the way.
Graham,
If you are going down,
64.
you want to go down with a good fight.
Well, Usher to get the opening leg. Double 16.
48. Alan, you require 145.
No finish there for Tabern. Can't take it out from here, so Graham will be
60.
coming back for that double 8.
We saw
Graham,
him
you require
get a
60.
1-4-4 in the last game. Couldn't get the 1-4-5 here.
12.
But Usher couldn't
Alan,
mop
you
up the
require
16 either.
85.
So Tabern gets a second go at 85. One dart at the bull.
60.
And he wasn't too far
Graham,
away.
you require 4.
But this is pesky.
Game shot on the first leg.
But no bother
Graham Usher.
for Graham Usher. He gets the opening leg. Should have been a bit more comfortable than what it was in the end, but ultimately gets the hold in the opener. He is on the board. But Alan
Second leg,
Tabern
it's
did
Alan to
have
throw
that chance
first.
at the
Game on.
bullseye.
I'm a bit quirky, you see, and I like little patterns. And that was all the 2s. Double 2 for the 22 dart leg. 2 to 2-2.
45.
Richie Benner in the house.
I said in
30.
the first game when we watched Graham Usher that he likes that dart to go low in the bed, and then he just tends to put them over the top and makes it look simple. At the moment, he's not getting that right, and he's coming a bit high.
180.
It's interesting because if you look at the modern day dart player, there's not too many stackers left in the game, whereas Graham Usher very much is one.
123.
That first dart falls just below the treble 20 bed or just underneath. You get 140s, 180s for fun, just like that
180.
from Alan Tabern. That's his second of the game.
41.
Back to
Alan,
back.
you require 96.
This has been a superb leg from the Saint. Double 18
Game
for an
shot on the
11
second
dart leg
leg.
to
Alan
level us
Tabern.
up at 1 apiece. Quality from Tabern. Usher hasn't quite got it going yet in this one after that 99 average in his first.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw
It's the
first.
swings and roundabouts of the Super Series.
Game on.
If you're looking for the key stat that we're looking at here, it's going to be the doubles for Tabern, because it wasn't a problem on his scoring phase, especially in those 140s in that
180.
opening game. It was the doubles that let him down, so that's where we're looking, and he seems to have put that right. Few darts at the doubles in the practice room, he's come back up.
85.
We'll see how this one goes, but Graham Usher is starting to find that treble.
81.
He's got a smile on his face.
Enjoying himself on the stage. Now, I commentated on his 9 darter a couple of months ago
100.
against Dan Reed. In that game, he was really struggling. He was probably averaging around where he was now. Hit a big
40.
finish, then hit the 9, and then just completely went off on a purple patch, the like of which you don't often see, to end with an average way above
84.
the ton.
Bit of James Richardson-esque. After what we saw in the last game, James Richardson setting the bar
100.
for the standard of the week.
Ruthless?
Only for 6 times so far. 6. 6 is the ruthless count.
7 now.
You kind of teed me up for that one, so
65. Graham,
I'm
you
not going to put
require
that one on the tally.
100.
If you're keeping score at home, you can claim that one.
Game shot on the 3rd leg.
Graham Usher is keeping
Graham
score
Usher.
and keeps himself in front, gets himself back in front at 2-1. And when you look at the disparity in the averages, Alan Tabern's 10 points
4th
in
leg, it's Alan to
front
throw first. Game on.
in that statistic. It's a weird game because Tabern's averaging 89.39 and he's 1 from 2 on the checkouts. Graham Usher averaging 79.73.
60.
Has had less 180s than Tabern, 2 from 6 on the doubles, but yet finds his way in front.
It's that really good leg that Tabern had on the holder throw
58.
there, wasn't it? 11 darter, 2 180s. Just giving us that little bit of difference in the stats.
100.
Surprise, Alan Tabern only got a ton there. That first dart was such a good lie.
Oh, I was getting ready. I was looking at the stats for the 180s. I was getting ready to start
83.
reading some information out. Expected to see at least another one going in there.
$26.
And that could be a telling visit because Graham Usher can steal the darts here.
See, 26 is always an
100.
interesting score, isn't it? There's so many people have got so many different names for a 26. Have you got a special name for the 26?
I like to call it bed and breakfast.
Oh, yes. That's come out of pork and beans is something I've heard a little bit. So I'm guessing
60.
that's down the same road.
Pork and beans?
I call it oh no, not again.
180.
Graham Usher called that a max. Charlie Corsafin called that a max. He'll call this a max as well.
80. Graham, you require 80.
Double 10. Up for double 5.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
And opens up a
Graham
3-1
Usher.
lead. Breaks the throw of Alan Tabern and is just 1 away from the finishing line.
5th leg, it's Graham to throw first.
Back-to-back
Game
victories to join James Richardson on 4 points in the group.
on. 81. $140. 83. 45.
1/3.
180.
The 6th of the match. 3 apiece on the 180s. There's been a lot of 180s today, actually, hasn't there?
59.
It's a good
Graham,
day
you
for the
require
Maxers.
157.
Been a solid day. Brilliant day altogether.
97.
And I just wonder for the players in Group B and C, may not actually get much time to talk about it, but they're going to watch this and think, well, they're
60.
turning it on the big stage
Graham, you
here. You
require
may not even get
60.
time to talk about it because Graham Usher here is going to get a dart at tops. It's all he
Game,
needs
shot, and the match.
to beat Alan
Graham
Tabern
Usher.
by 4 legs to 1. Brings the average up to 89. 4 from 9 on the doubles for the gambler. He played his cards right in that one. Victory for him against the Saint. And after the break, we're going to see Dan Reed in action as he takes on James Richardson.
So then it's time to get our next match of the day underway. Our match referee, Charlie Courstefine, is up on stage for this one. Dan Reed returns. He was blown away by Lisa Ashton a little bit in his last match. And while too many missed darts at double really did cost him, he takes on James Richardson, who was sublime in his last match, averaging just shy of 109 with 4 maximums and a whopping 9 140s. Can he replicate that performance here? Let's find out. Chaps, over to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, Abby. Dan Reed looking for a first win in 5 across this competition. He can offer a 140 against James Richardson, who in his last game averaged a shade under 109.
57.
Logic would dictate that Richardson would be the favourite for this game, Matt, but we know how strange this format can be at times.
Sometimes when you have a really big performance like James just had, you go back and everything's gone right, and then it's about trying to continue that going, but with downtime. And you tend to find the first leg or leg and a half, it takes a little bit just to get back into that stride. That cooling off period is normally the problem. If this game would have gone straight into it, I think he could have carried that on. The way he was looking there.
132.
But that little bit of downtime could just have took the edge, took the adrenaline out a little bit. Give him a little bit of time to think. Thinking's never a good thing for a dart player.
95. Dan, you require 130.
Well, that's perfectly poised for another. Decides to go down with Richardson back on 249.
90.
We'll return for tops after 12 for an opening leg hold. Can't ask for a much better start than that.
43. Dan, you require.
He's going to get 6 at it.
Game shot.
But only needs the one. 13 dart opener for Dan Reed. A superb start to the game against James Richardson, who, after that fantastic victory in his last game against Justin Smith, has just struggled to get off the mark in this one. And as you mentioned, you get that little bit of time, don't you, after games where you're in the practice room before going back out again. You've played in the live league in the old incarnation of this competition. What's that
60
period between games like?
Depends on a lot of things. Depends who's on your week. Depends how you're playing. It depends on a lot of different
77.
factors. For that one, he'd have got in there. Everyone would have known what he'd done. Everyone would have talked about it. He'd have been aware. And you come back up and you've got eyes on you now. It's a bit different. 58. It's a different feeling. And I said give him a leg and a half. And we're sort of getting to that point now. So we'll see if he can find it. One of the big factors of that run was that first start going in the treble. And I said a leg and a half. Oh, he could have timed it to perfection there with that. A 1-2-1 though, good darts, bringing up the stats.
Whoever's left a number no player wants to leave. 169. Not that it mattered because Reed couldn't have left a finish.
40.
But has opened the door for Dan the man.
100. James, you require 129.
Could have left it much more handy than this. Treble. Sorry, up for the treble. 20 for the bullseye.
45. Dan, you require 143.
143 for Dan Reed. He's going to need 2 trebles to go a dart at the double. There's the first one. Treble 17 does not go, so James Richardson will
87.
return back for the
James,
84 finish.
84.
To level up the match.
Game shot on the second
And that's exactly what he does in 2 darts there. James Richardson pulls it back 1 apiece, 84 finish. Dan Reed back with the darts in his hand. 101 the average at the moment for Dan Reed. Means he's running at just over a 15 dart leg at the moment. He'll be happy if he can put a 15 dart leg in here and hold the throw.
134.
Do you know what that was from James?
What was it? Go on, let's hear it.
Ruthless.
60.
One of the joys now that we get to commentate together. We've got someone to feed off now on the comments booth. Great to have you as part of the team, Matt.
Nothing better than sitting watching some class darts. And that's what this day's been so far. Really, really good quality day.
58.
Enjoying my time here.
Great to have you on board. Part of our brilliant
100.
commentary team that we've got here at the Live League. Of course, Chris Mason here today as well. Paul Nicholson, Mark Webster, Chris Murphy was here on Saturday night. And
100. Dan, you
this idiot
require
here.
167.
Someone who's enjoying the time at the moment is Dan Reed. Best
44.
performance of his week so far.
$140.
And he'll
Dan,
have
you
a-
require 123.
He'll be feeling he's got a bit of time on this. But he won't want to set this up. He's going to want to take this out. It's going to be the ball. And it's actually the 25. 143 for James. This is another double treble shot. So 2 trebles needed to give him a shot at the double. And he's not going to be doing it. So Dan gets to pick his route.
59.
25.
Dan, you require 25.
what do you fancy, Dan? Fancy's double 10. He likes this MO. He
James
used
on
this
the third
MO
line.
in the Champion
Dan
of
Reed.
Champions. He uses it again here. Leads 2-1 against James Richardson. 2 from 3 on the doubles. 96.4 average. And the
Fourth
thing
leg,
is, the
it's
way
James
Dan's
to
gone
throw
about
first.
this game, sometimes when we see averages like this, they can stand out. But Dan Reed's made this look really business-like, hasn't he?
85.
It's a good performance. And it's on his throw as well, where he's putting those in. If you can put a good leg in on the throw, you're forcing your opponent to hit something special.
100.
See that 25 shot there Dan Reed just took out? It's always an interesting one. Everyone goes somewhere different. Are you 9, you're 5, you're 1, you're 17. There's so
140.
many different routes that I think if you do a poll, you're not going to have a clear winner on which is the right way to go on that, or the preferred way to go.
180.
Glad I'm not a spotter on that one. Easy one for the spotter, this one. The first max of the match goes Dan Reed's way.
58.
Looking to set up here. That's a nice first start for Dan.
91.
He's himself on 130.
Lovely finish at 130, straight down the line. You get 2 darts at the treble. You still lead the double. You don't have to switch around. You can just stay on that treble 20. And that's where he is. The bullseye for 3-1.
105. James, you require 124.
Similar type of finish here for James Richardson. Going to go across the treble 18 to try and give himself a dart at the
56.
bullseye.
Dan, you require
Well,
25.
last time he went 5 double 10. He goes there again this time.
Game
To
shot
the
on
same
fourth
tune, to the
leg.
same
Dan
success.
Reed.
And Dan Reed breaks James Richardson and has the darts here to seal a 4-1 victory.
Fifth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Dan Reed has been doing some good bits on the ADC tour recently, and actually these two
100.
played in a couple of semi-finals. But Dan Reed taking both of those. Looks like he could take this one as well if it carries on in this vein.
45.
Dan Reed opening a gap. And he has the advantage of what is in his hand at the moment.
100.
Players will know records against other players. So when you're in that situation where you've lost a couple of big games to an opponent, is there an inadvertent
140.
mindset before you even go in without thinking about it because you know the record against them, and in the big games you've come up and come out dry?
140.
Yes, I think you ask a player and they'll, I don't know my record against them. They do. Of course they do, especially those big
100.
games.
Dan, you require
The ones that
161.
hurt. You remember those because you remember all the pain attached.
It could be more pain.
90.
James Richardson against Dan Reed here. He's left 71 after 12 with the darts. Richardson not on a finish. Dan Reed's lost each of his last 4 here at the Super Series.
29. Dan, you require 71.
After dishing out a tumbleless average in the last game, he could be about to receive one if he hits his double 10. which he's been hitting throughout
51.
the game, and he's hit the barrel and gone low. That marker looked fantastic. Was about to call that one in, but James can't do anything about this. Dan will be coming back for another opportunity at that favoured double 10.
45.
For the match.
Don't require 20.
Get his first win of the group. Double 5.
Game, shot,
And there it is.
and the
Dan
match.
Reed
Dan
seals yet
Reed.
another victory against James Richardson. It's Dan the man's first here in Group A. He's off the mark with an average of 96.67. The solitary max compared to Richardson's 3. 4 for 9 on the doubles is a win for Dan Reed. We're going to take a short break. Afterwards, it's going to be a Lancashire battle as Lisa Ashton takes on Alan Tabern.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've just seen Dan Reed pick up his first win of the morning. Chris, was that a bit of a surprise to you, given that James Richardson came into that match off the back of a 109 average?
Yeah, well, that was the surprise. James Richardson in spells in that match against Justin Smith was literally unplayable. He had that sequence of visits with a 171 at the back of the end of a leg that he didn't get a go in, and then cracked it in with 2-1-8. Hit the treble 20. It's a 10 perfect darts, and yeah, went down with a whimper there, losing 4-1.
Absolutely, and we've got Lisa Ashton just about to get her game underway.
She was really outstanding last time out, wasn't she?
Absolutely.
Absolutely brilliant performance, and hopefully she carries it over into this one.
Indeed. Let's find out then. Let's head over to the match.
Thank you, Abby. Lisa Ashton, who's been the standout performer today, a running average over her first 2 games of 93.1. And there's always a player, isn't there, at the start of a group, Matt, that sets the stall out, sets the standards for the others to follow, and you get the sense that Lisa is the player that's doing that this morning.
She's just got stronger as it's gone. The first 2 legs, she wasn't here. And now all of a sudden she's really turned it up. She's looked really good. And it's kind of the opposite for Alan. So a good opportunity here for Lisa to get a couple of points on the board.
So unlucky to lose 4-2 against Graham Usher, average 99. And then Lisa Ashton then in the next game responded in kind of a 98.22 against Dan Reed to win 4-2. So 2 points on the board for her. Tabern yet to get off the mark, losing 4-1 to Graham Usher last time out before an opening defeat in a decider to James Richardson.
93. Alan, you require 116.
It's interesting, the last time these 2 played, Alan did not get a dart at a double, and he has not going to get himself a dart at a double open with a 5.
Lisa,
on the 116, Lisa takes the 104. That stat will continue. Can't go this time, so Alan will get a dart at a double this time round. He's going to get tops.
40.
Something he's struggled on a little bit today. Again comes low on the tops.
20.
Doesn't fix it on the 10s.
I wonder whether that second dart is actually a friend or foe there. Turned out to be a foe, and Lisa Ashton, it's double 4, will hold a foe that perhaps will feel a little bit like a break, because Alan Tabern was in full command of that opening leg there, but just couldn't convert the double.
Second leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
This is a local derby. The Alan Tabern and Lisa Ashton, very local to each other, playing each other hundreds of miles away from their home location. It's like the Sheffield United Sheff Wednesday playing in Glasgow.
95.
Like Newcastle and Sunderland playing in the FA Cup final at Wembley.
100.
That wouldn't be a quiet day in London. Nor was it quiet here on Saturday night. We had a fantastic crowd
60.
here for the opening night of the Super Series here at the MODUS Live Lounge. And they saw Kieran Tian scoop the top prize, and we're seeing Alan Tabern scoop the maximum, which leaves him on 86 to get the hold back to level us up.
140. Alan, you require
It's a carbon
86.
copy of the last leg, isn't it? Alan kicking on early. Can he convert this time? Yes, he can. 11 dart leg for Alan Tabern. 86 to finish. 101 the average. And he seems to be having much more success down that left-hand side of the board.
Third leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
You mentioned that both of these players have played each other so often.
140.
Can you relax in quicker when you've played someone that you just know every single facet of their game, compared to when you turn up to
44.
an open playing someone you may have never seen before and you don't have a clue about what they're about?
You get that familiarity as well, don't you? And that helps as well. Just lets you
26.
settle into the game a bit easier. Everything's familiar in terms of the dartboard, the hockey, all those things are the same. The surroundings, the environment changes. And if you're
59.
on there with someone you recognise, someone you've seen, someone you've grown up playing around all the time, it does help. It is a big help, and you can really settle in. And we see it all the time where you get 2 friends
60.
play each other, and you end up with a really good quality game.
59.
Just a reminder of the format if you are new to us here at the Super Series. A very warm welcome to you if you are. There's 6 players in this Group A. Lisa Ashton, as you can see here on your screen, Alan Tabern, Dan Reed, James Richardson, Graham Usher and Justin Smith.
140.
We're going to play 3 days in Group A. The winner will go through to Saturday night's finals. Second and third will go into Group B with 3 other players. 3 from 5 will go through from that.
130.
Excellent visit that from Lisa Ashton. And then Group C, we'll see 4, 5 and 6 from this group be joined by 3 other players. And they'll be playing for 2 spots from 6. Groups B and C
44.
Take place on Thursday and Friday, respectively.
Lisa, you require 50.
Back to the action here. After 15, Ashton leads 15. Double 4.
On the third
clean
leg.
and
Lisa
clinical
Ashton.
from the Lancashire Rose. 2 from 3 on the doubles for the 4-time Women's World Champion. Leads 2-1 against Alan Tabern.
Fourth leg, it's Alan to throw first. Game on.
Business-like from Lisa Ashton.
136.
It's interesting, we're having a look at the bookmakers' odds before play got underway. And Lisa Ashton was 10-1, the outside player
57.
of the 6 to win the group. Now, if you had some money on that at the start of play, then you may be feeling a little bit happier about your bet now.
60.
We alluded to it earlier. Lisa's one of those players that is more than capable, and she tends to do what she needs to do. She tends to do enough. We saw that with her tour card. We've seen that with these groups before. She does just enough. And whatever
80.
the standard is of the room, she can hit it.
$57.
Maybe just an opening here has appeared for Lisa Ashton for a breaker throw. Tabern on 154, but she can crank a couple of trebles in here. She's suddenly the favourite for the leg.
Alan, you require 154.
It's one of those nicer finishes because you only need the 1 treble
Lisa,
for the double, and you don't
96.
really need to chase around the board unless you want to go double 18 tops.
And with Alan on 110, the way his double's been going, a setup shot here,
56.
she might have been quite confident with
Alan,
that,
you require
especially
110.
with this being a potential breaker throw. She'll be happy with this situation. Maybe not in a moment's time.
95.
She'll be very happy with it now. Tops for Lisa Ashton
40.
to break the throw and go 3-1 ahead.
On the
And she makes it look nice
Lisa
and easy.
Ashton.
Straight in the tops with 1 dart. Breaks the throw, takes a 3-1 lead, takes an average up to an 87, and is now throwing
it's
for
Lisa
the
to throw
match.
first. Game on.
And 3 from 4 on the doubles.
45.
She's taking the opportunities that's coming her way. However, is there an opportunity here for Tabern after that
59.
opening 45 from Lisa?
He's going to need to carve some opportunities here of his own, because he's going to need to break the throw twice.
100.
Because that 1 breaker throw for Lisa is enough, having the advantage of the throw in this game. And then getting that break mid-match means Alan needs to find 2.
45.
And this is where, when we spoke about earlier, you can hit the 180s for show, but the 140s tend to be the visits that win your matches if you can get them on a consistent
140.
basis. And Lisa with her 4th, Tabern with 2. He's going to have to find a few more 2 treble visits to work his way back into this match.
85.
And he didn't find one there. He's 100 behind, plus what Lisa's got in hand. If she can find a treble here, we could be coming to the
100.
end. A good ton there. 116 left for Lisa. This has to be a 3, and it's not going to be. He needed all 3 darts to land for him there.
44.
Probably a 145 would have been
Lisa,
the
you
shot.
require 116.
Instead, just a 44.
Lisa Ashton has the luxury of time. 1 dart, a double 18.
84.
Strays the other side. At least she's missed and is going to leave double 16 upon her return.
134. Lisa, you require 32.
Double 16 with dart 16.
16.
But
Alan,
that's
you
4
require
match starts that have come and
134.
gone. She was 3 from 4 on the double beforehand. And can Alan Tabern rescue the game in what would have been some style?
94. Lisa, you require 16.
To finish off another superb performance,
Game, shot,
Lisa
and the
Ashton
match.
is putting
Lisa
a marker
Ashton.
down here in Group A. That's another victory by 4 legs to 1 against Alan Tabern. It puts her on 4 points in the group. We'll have a quick check of the averages at the end of that one. 85.15, 4 from 9 on the checkouts, was 3 from 4 before she had match darts. 44.44% checkout ratio. And after the break, we're going to see Justin Smith in action against Graham Usher.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've just seen Lisa Ashton with a 4-1 win over Alan Tabern. Bit of a Lancashire derby, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a bit of a derby game, that one, and another good performance from Lisa. Rock solid. Missed a couple of doubles towards the end. I should have hit that double 16 for a start. She'd had an average of 89. So she's sort of backing up those wins from earlier and those performances. Not quite up there with the 98 average, but she's well in the mix.
Yeah, and we didn't really know what we were going to see from her today because, as we mentioned at the top of the show, didn't reach a final in the last block of women's series events. Looked quite nervous at the match play. We didn't know what we'd expect from her today, but she certainly put down a marker.
Yeah, she has that performance where she averaged 98 was right up there with anything we've seen today. Of course, we've seen that wonderful performance from James Richardson, the 108, but didn't back that up with a win, where Lisa backed it up with another win against another quality player in Tabern, and the next one's going to be exciting. Two players that look in great form.
Absolutely, and you mentioned that win for Richardson. The player who he lost to in that one is up next. How difficult is it when you put in such a good display? You're hitting the 140s yourself, and then you lose to someone who's just playing better than you.
Yeah, when you play that well, you got the anticipation going into that next match. So you're even more nervous, and you want to try and repeat the performance. But even in defeat, Justin Smith, I mean, he averaged 100 in that game himself. So he'll fancy the task against Usher, and Usher's a formidable opponent and favourite to win this Group A.
He is indeed. Let's find out then how this one unfolds. Let's hand back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Abby. Matt Edgar still alongside me for this one as Justin Smith takes on Graham Usher. Just one comment on Chris Mason. We saw him in the flamboyant shirt on Saturday. A bit toned down this morning, a bit more of a relaxed look from Mace.
I didn't know he had it in the wardrobe, to be fair. It's, some of the shirts we see him wear from time to time are a bit questionable.
First
Indeed.
leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game
Looking
on.
forward to this one, though. Two players who will get into a good rhythm and give us a really good high-scoring game. And what a way to kick it off. Straight in with a 180.
140.
To be honest, Matt, you might as well leave now. It's not going to get any better than that.
But it could continue.
60.
Graham came into this the favourite, and he's
60.
playing like that.
On his first two today. A bit of a winning roll.
140.
But Justin Smith's on a roll on this opening leg. 180, 60, 140.
95.
Blue
Justin, you
touch
require
paper has been lit in
121.
this game right from the get-go. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye here, so we'll stay upstairs.
89.
He's double 16 after 12. Not much Graham Usher can do about this against the darts.
60. Justin, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg.
One of
Justin
those,
Smith.
when you're a player, you think, thank you very much.
Just gets you into the game, doesn't it? 13 dart. And I'm watching Justin here, and there's
Second leg, it's Graham to
significant
throw
difference
first.
in how he's walking around that stage at the moment. He's got some swagger.
60.
I feel with Justin, and I've commentated on his games a few times here at the Super Series and Live League, he's very much a confidence player. He needs
100.
something to get him going.
Well, 112 the average at the moment. Something's got him going
60.
in this one. And like I say, he's got that swagger. And normally when he starts like this, he carries it on.
60.
You tend to find that with Justin, don't you? If he starts slow, he finishes slow. If he starts fast, he finishes fast.
140.
It's not often we see him switch it around mid-game.
He's one of those players that you look at and think,
59.
as good as his A game is, if he can just find a B game that can get him over the line in more matches than not, is perhaps the one thing he needs to look at. I
57.
always reference Andy Jenkins in this competition in that respect, where he can find a way to win games even when he's not at his best.
Got the saying, winners win.
100. 100.
If you can find a couple of trebles here, that 84 is not an easy shot. It might be a dart at the ball, depending on the first dart. So
100.
even 100's better there,
Graham, you
because obviously he can
require
utilise the
84.
ball to leave himself a double. Graham is going to be onto the bullseye.
51.
And it was the problem. That's where we're expecting Justin to start around
Justin,
that
you
bullseye area.
require
Ball leaving
82.
the double 16. 25. For 17. For tops.
Game
For
shot on the second leg.
2-0.
Justin
Smith takes out the 82 finish, goes 2-0 up on Graham Usher. Will have the throw now to extend to a 3-0 lead. Big breaker throw there for
Third
Justin
leg, it's
Smith,
Justin to
averaging
throw first.
96.
Game on.
Are we allowed to say ruthless about a player that's not James Richardson?
No, we'll save it. We'll save it for James. We'll save it.
47.
We don't want to overfill the tally. So I have been known to milk a few stats before, but I'll save that one for when James comes back on a bit later on.
We're seeing next against Lisa Ashton. My word, could that be an absolute cracker? Bit like this one here. Justin
59.
Smith. Okay, 59 there on the back of it. 47 to start leg 3, but prior to that, it's been superb. That's superb from Graham
140.
Usher. And again, he's one of those players that you can never discredit in a match because he can flick the switch when he needs to. He'll find it hard if Justin Smith keeps getting them.
100.
Usher first to a finish, but even if he can find a treble of his last dart, Justin Smith, you'd make him marginal favourite for the leg.
58. Graham, you require 161. 97. Justin, you require 157.
Usher leads 64 after 12 against the darts, and he's going to get an opportunity for the breaker throw. And as much as we've been singing Justin Smith's praises, Graham Usher could work his way back into the match with double 8, now double 4.
60.
For what would have been a 15 dart leg, and Justin Smith
32.
to put himself within a leg of the match in next to no time at all.
Justin Smith.
And Graham Usher's back is firmly against the wall. He won his first 2. He's in trouble in game 3. 3 legs down and needing the lot.
Fourth leg, it's Graham to throw first.
When we talk about players that are continuing form, Justin Smith is doing that. You'll see the stats on the
100.
screen now. A 95.94, just a couple of points shy of what he was averaging earlier when he ran into that big performance this afternoon.
97.
Be approaching the afternoon in a minute.
85.
It's weird how when we're sat in the comms booth at 9:30 in the morning now, how the day feels so weird, doesn't it?
25.
Especially when you've got the one session day and you finish at 2.
83.
And I suppose for the players as well, it's an early finish time compared to when they play in competition if they're going deep. And knowing that you're going back for an early session the next day, how do you program the rest of your day? Do you go for food straight away? Do you have a bit of downtime? How do you organise your evening and things like that?
Just bring everything forward. So the day starts early, so everything needs to come early. You know, you go to bed early. The frustration comes on those nights you can't sleep and you're laid in bed knowing, I've got to go to sleep. And you're trying to tell yourself, go to sleep. And it's just not happening. They're the days that become frustrating. This will be frustrating if Graham can't find anything here because he could open the door.
43. Justin,
we said you do not want to be losing big legs early on, especially when you've got up against other front runners in this group.
96.
Well, he dropped just 3 legs in his opening 2 games. It's already double that tally. Now going for tops, but goes just underneath.
91. Justin,
and to inflict Graham Usher's first defeat of the day. Double 16 for Justin Smith.
18. Graham, you require
to keep his
40.
hopes alive. Gonna have to go. Double 19.
21.
That's as bad as it gets for Graham Usher.
Justin, you require 32.
Does the setback from the last game lead to a comeback here? It
Justin
does.
Smith.
And in some style for Justin Smith, who beats Graham Usher 4-0, inflicts the Gamblers' first defeat of the group with an average of 89.73, 2 maximums to his name. 4 from 7 on the checkouts. Very, very tidy indeed from Justin Smith. He's been playing some good stuff today. Doubles his points tally onto 4. We're going to take a short break. When we return, you do not want to miss this. It's James Richardson up against Lisa Ashton.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Now, Chris Mason's grown a beard, changed his hair colour, and he's changed into Henry Deacon. Henry, great to have you here with us. You've just been on commentary for the last match. It was a real cracker, wasn't it?
It really was, and Justin Smith played some really good stuff today. He was unlucky in that previous game against James. So 4 points on the board is probably about a fair reflection of the way he's played so far today. And I just get the sense with the players now on that big stage, they're relishing that opportunity and they're almost growing into this new prospect. They can almost just let their full darting personality out, and we've seen some brilliant stuff as a consequence of it.
Absolutely, and adapting to the conditions most definitely. And another player who's certainly done that is the Lancashire Rose, who's just about to get her match underway. She has been phenomenal, hasn't she?
She has. She's been absolutely spectacular, and we always thought Lisa always plays well here in those opening few days, gets herself through more often than not, and quality always rises to the top here at the Live League, and Lisa's got a fantastic chance. She's probably been, for me, the standout player of the opening couple of matches, and yeah, she's playing some superb stuff.
She certainly has. Right then, let's get into this one. Let's hand over to our commentary team of Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. And, oh, a rather younger, smaller version of myself up there. Very good, Henry. Looking forward to this one. Both players shown signs of very good form today, Matt.
That game earlier from James Richardson was incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
First leg, it's James to throw
Didn't follow it
first.
up though, so
Game on.
now we're going to be looking at him with a question mark. Which James Richardson are we going to see here?
Well, Graham Usher's just done that against Justin Smith, hasn't he? Getting bagelled. And
100.
Graham Usher, the 5-2 favourite to win this Group A, has just taken his
100.
first defeat. He defeated Lisa 4-2 and then had a 4-1 win over Alan Tabern.
41.
Just speculating of the sort of running averages of the players, and Lisa, looking at her numbers, she's averaging just over 90 for the day.
97.
That sort of group winning stats when we look at previous groups, if you're around that 90 to 92, you're going to be right up there at that top end,
55.
challenging to win this group.
Absolutely. You're going to be in the mix, aren't you? There's no doubt about it.
And this is the point where we're
85.
starting to find position. We're
Yeah.
starting to see who's going in which direction.
Yep, the table sort of starts to pan out in front of our very eyes. But what we have, the beauty of playing in
140.
this Group A, of course, is whatever happens, you're back in Thursday and Friday, and it's a fresh start. And how many times have you seen it? I think you did it either the last time, the time before. You had a
87.
torrid couple of days, and then just bounced back and picked up all the wins you needed.
Yeah, you can just go away, you hit that reset button and come back
85.
again
Lisa, you
into it.
require
Fresh, new group, couple of new
132.
faces. It all feels different all over again. So it's not the be-all and end-all to do this, but you'd rather have a couple of days
64.
off
Oh, yeah.
and guarantee
James, you
your position
require
in that
80.
Saturday's final.
Tops. The 1-0 and a hold.
40. Lisa, you require 68.
Now a break of throw opportunity and would set the tone of the match. She's going to get one dart at double 16.
Game shot on the first
like she's
leg.
done
Lisa Ashton.
throughout the day, pinning the doubles. 18 dart break of throw.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
2-5. Richardson was to win this. 7-4. Lisa Ashton.
40.
Wow.
Definitely some value in Lisa Ashton in that one. Value in her all day. She was the biggest outsider in this group.
Yep.
And she's certainly proving those.
I think Abby touched on it. That
78.
her form of late has not been great, and you know I say that respectfully because she's been such a phenomenal player for so
100.
long, but didn't really. I mean, she lost in the semi-final of the women's World Match Play. Didn't reach a final in the recent women's series
100.
of PDC events, which is unlike her. But she's bounced back well here.
It's one of those harsh things, isn't
100.
it? Because we've got to judge her by the standard she set.
Exactly
And
that.
we're judging her against the Lisa Ashton that she's shown us, not against what we judge anybody else by
Yeah.
on that tour.
Well, that's what we tend to do.
69.
We judge the elite, and it is sometimes a little harsh. I've been accused of it with Michael van Gerwen, saying, well, you know, I don't think Well, it's not an opinion. The stats, that's the beauty of this game. It gives us all the numbers we need, and it's backed up in stats.
58.
The number that could matter here, though, is that legs column. Lisa could go 2-0 up here. She's going to get 6 darts at this 140. Not going to take it this time, but can tee it up nicely if she can find the treble.
42.
She's going to need all, well, possibly 5 of the 6 if she doesn't take the 98 out in 2.
100.
There's a little bit of
Lisa,
pressure from Richardson. Treble 20, double 19. Oh, treble 19, double 18. It's just got a little ragged.
38. James, you require
This is an outshot for
106.
James. 1 treble, a single, and a double. There's the single. Doesn't get the treble, so Lisa will return
58.
back for 60.
Lisa, you require
Big
60.
20 for tops.
To consolidate the breaker
Game
throw.
shot on the
Gets
second
the hold.
leg.
The doubling
Lisa Ashton.
is immaculate from Lisa Ashton. 2 from 2, and it's 2-0.
I like listening
Third leg,
to a
it's
lot of
James to
players,
throw first.
seeing what they got to say. And James Wade speaks about not wanting to waste good darts, waste a 180.
100.
There's kind of an advocate for that in this day, as James Richardson used all of them in that one match, because it's not been the same James Richardson since.
140.
Well, since that 108.67 average, and he needed that average to win that game. He only just pinched it 4-3 because Justin Smith himself
43.
averaged, well, pretty much 100. On the back of it, James Richardson was defeated 4-1 and averaged 27 points less. As he used them all up in that match.
And the stats at the moment have James Richardson sat at 75, the average, which, when we was watching that game, you wouldn't
60.
believe that this was even possible.
I believe it's the same. Is it an imposter?
$70.
Lisa's probably taken aback at how comfortable this is at the moment. I'm sure she was expecting a real tough match.
60. $58.
Sort of feels she's just 6 good darts away from getting this sort of sewn up the way this is going at the moment.
60.
Because James just isn't even using
Lisa,
that
you require
line. Normally that first dart
152.
goes there, he's going to follow it in.
Yep.
And he completely lost that guide of that dart. Gives Lisa 6 darts at this.
45.
She's going to need them again.
It's all about feel, isn't it? And it's such a tough game. You feel like you can hit a 180 and throw the next
Lisa,
3
you
darts and they
require
feel exactly
107.
the same, and they go nowhere near it, and it's hard to explain. But James Richardson is
47.
getting an opportunity
James, you
to hold
require
throw and close
38.
the gap to 1.
Game shot on the third leg. James Richardson.
Goes straight for it there with a double 19. Some people like to switch that up now and split that down with a 6 or a 10 and change it up.
Fourth
but
leg, it's Lisa to throw
bit
first.
of an old school way there
Game
for
on.
James Richardson. Just go straight for it. They're all the same size, is the old
Yeah,
expression.
Exactly that, but sometimes it's all
100.
about playing the percentages. I think if your opponent is well back, I think you're best advised to split it to your chosen double or the ultimate double 16, because it breaks down the most, of course. 16s, 8s, 4s, 2s and 1s. Not that we ever want to
60.
end up there.
This can get messy, can't it, when you're going at things like double 19? You know, you start breaking that down and you're shooting round the board and burning darts.
52.
Neither player pulling up trees in this one.
60.
And you always feel as a player that you tend to get a good indication on your opponent's form that I could just find another 10 points on my average.
97.
I can run away with this one. I
100.
think we can remark on the finishing has been high quality from both. 2 out of 2 for Lisa, 1 from 2 for James.
100.
One of them's going to make a move.
83.
Seen setup shots for
James
Lisa
require
that's letting her down at the
156.
moment. She's needing 9 darts from where she would be looking at 6.
Not for the first time.
100.
She's left herself that
Lisa, you
horrible
require
98.
We were just saying about double 19. She's left it herself. She's going to have to go for it.
Game shot on the
pings
fourth
it.
play.
A
Lisa Ashton.
super dart from Lisa Ashton. Made the smallest of adjustments. Firing into the open bed.
Fifth leg, it's James to throw first.
He said the doubling stats are good, and we've just got another one there. 75% now for Lisa. That was her
60.
first dart, missed at a double, but soon corrected that one. 3-1 the lead.
100.
She looks in full control without really going through the gears.
100. 85.
Although there's 3-1 scoreline here, if James can find those 10 points we spoke about, he only needs to find the one breaker throw.
140.
Yep.
He's looking good for holding his throw in this leg. Holds here and then breaks, he becomes big favourite once again.
100.
Because he gets the darts, of course, in the decider.
60.
Still not using that first dart though.
Now, like you say, when he's absolutely on it, he will just bump in off those darts only and follow those.
100. James, you require
Nip and tuck
141.
in this fifth leg. Well, the one's got to come off at some point.
25. Lisa, you require
Match
160.
shot for Lisa, match points, 116. Just needs the one treble. Doesn't find the treble, so James
88.
Richardson, same.
James, you
Same shot,
require
116.
160.
Lisa has left a double. Oh dear, over adjustment.
42. Lisa, you require 28. Game,
So
shots,
it'll be tough
and the
to
match.
miss from
Lisa
there, but the
Ashton.
high quality finishing from Lisa. Only the 1-1-40 in the match, but 4 out of 6 on the double, 66.67%, and she picks up her second win from 3. Up next, it is Graham Usher against Dan Reid.
Hello and welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. We've just seen another clinical finishing display from the Lancashire Rose. Lisa, Ashton, how impressed were you?
She's been brilliant on her finishes all day, hasn't she? And she continues it again here. Scoring power wasn't quite as we've seen earlier on in the day, but as you say, those doubles were deadly for her, and that's why she's in this really strong position now in the group that she's in.
Absolutely. And up next, we've of course got Graham Usher up on that stage. Quite surprising, the manner of his defeat in his last match. Do you expect him to bounce back in this one?
Yeah, I expect him to. I was having a chat with Matthew Edgar earlier on today, and for the players, obviously, they come off and they have a bit of a break, and then they've got to get themselves back up again. So sometimes you can have a 99 average and then have an average which dips away below that. So I think it's about adapting those conditions, knowing you've got 5 games in the day and making sure you've got like this mean average throughout the day, that you're going to have one really good performance, one performance you're not happy with, but the middle games are enough to get you the points on the board.
They most certainly are. Now, we have also mentioned that this is the stage where the table starts to take a bit of shape. I think we're going to be able to take a little look at it at the moment. Of course, Alan Tabern is their bottom. He hasn't picked up any points yet. How do you think you're starting to feel when you're in that position?
It's one of those positions where you know you've still got a couple of days to go, but you want to get the points on the board quickly. You do not want to be chasing, and the day ends today at 2 o'clock, and then you've got the rest of the day, and you're going to stew over it. You think about everything in the back of your mind. So you want to get a couple of victories on the board, feel like you're in the groove, in the rhythm, in with a chance of getting through. If you struggle on that first day, it could be a long night's sleep, and Tuesday's moving day in Group A, and you want to be in the best position to make that move as quickly as you possibly can.
Most definitely. Just quickly then, who's impressed you the most so far today?
Oh, I've been really impressed with Lisa. She's doing everything right, you know, really good on the doubles, a couple of really good averages in there as well. But I think altogether, the players are enjoying this stage environment and they're bringing their best stuff, which is great for us to watch.
Absolutely. Let's hand back over to our commentary team then for the next match. We've got Matt Edgar and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you, Henry. And he is right. He will stew if you don't get a chalk on the board today. And he'll be starting to feel
first leg, it's Graham to throw first. Game on.
This is a fascinating tie. We've certainly not seen the best of Dan Reid yet. He is a player that I have been massively impressed with. Did you know Dan before his live league debut?
No.
No, same.
Completely new to me, but that's one of the things that this Super Series and Live League has been really good at, unearthing those new players. And when we looked last year and we looked at Q School and we looked at the players getting through, a lot of them have gone on benefiting from this system. And
well, there were so many of them that came through Q School, and of course Neil Duff winning the WDF World Championships. He was a Live League regular. A lot of players who went deep in that WDF were Live League regulars, and I think it's just getting that experience of playing under the lights.
125.
Well, if we take a look at the players in Group A this week, they're going to be guaranteed a minimum of 25 competitive matches. Yep. When has that ever existed in darts?
100.
We used to travel
100
plus miles for a best of 7 county match.
Yep. Well, it used to be best of 5. And the B side used to be best of 3 back in the day.
78.
Not that you were born then, Mr. Edgar, but there you go.
Just shows what playing regularly can achieve and just bring everyone up.
Requires 75.
And in that competitive environment as well. It is the perfect proving ground. Tops for Dan.
Game shot on the first
He gets it, and that is a 15 dart breaker throw, and maybe it's time for Dan Reid to make his move and put a bit of a marker down.
Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Just casting my eye over the head-to-head stats, and they've played each other many times in this exact format, and it seems to be a I'll have one, you have one. There seems to be a pattern emerging. So Graham wins one, Dan wins one, Graham wins one's Dan. Graham won the last one.
60.
So if that pattern continues,
and I'm a great believer in patterns. I like that's number sequencing and all that sort of thing.
So that makes Dan Reid favourite.
140.
140s help Dan Reid's case of being favourite.
His favourite now. Before the off, it was Graham Usher was the 8 to 15 favourite. Seems to be getting a bit of a pattern developing. We like Lisa in the last one at 7-4, and she obliged.
139.
Good thinking.
96. Dan, you require 167. $60.
Opportunity for Graham to get back into the leg there with the 60.
Yeah, left the door open slightly, didn't
58. Dan,
He's
you require 107.
Gone through it. A mistake was followed by a mistake.
47.
That's unfortunate.
Graham, you
Right
require
on the wire of everything, weren't they?
152.
Not going to take the 152, so Reed comes back. Should
92.
get 2
Dan,
darts
you require
at
60.
tops for 2-0.
Will need both of them. He's hit the 10s,
Game
and he
shot on the
does
second
hit the double
leg.
10 with a
Dan
second
Reed.
dart in hand at the double. 2-0 to Dan Reed. Confirms the breaker throw. Looking good.
Third leg, it's Graham to throw
He's
first.
looking comfortable. I
Game
said I
on.
don't feel like we've seen anywhere near the best of Dan Reed so far today.
Which is quite a
60.
compliment when you look at the stats and you see he's running at a 91 average. And we say we're not seeing the best of him yet.
No,
But
nowhere
someone
near.
who's only been unearthed this year.
Yep. Yeah, like I
shows the
said,
ceiling.
I had no
46.
clue who he was. It wasn't until his name crumped up and I started digging a little deeper and trying to track some Super League
60.
performances and sort of open event play. The many tournaments that, well, we all chase around in the infancy of our careers, don't we?
180.
I would be going, well, sometimes playing 3 events on a weekend, but
100.
more often than not, maybe nipping across the bridge to Wells to find a little £200-pounder or a £300 the winner event, just to get experience. Now these guys are getting
60.
experience on a big stage in front of the TV cameras.
See, as a dart player, we've always got that why me
95.
mentality. It's always against me. And I remember I actually played Dan Reed on his first one this season, and he's playing very good darts. And I thought, why always against me?
100.
I've looked at it. It's not just me. It's everybody. Everyone gets a bit of it. He dishes it about.
145. Dan, you require 150.
Oh, this would hurt. It's been a good leg from Usher. He's left 41 after 15 to try and hold throw.
75.
Oh, and he is going to get a go at the
Graham, you
41.
require 41.
5 mil away from 3-0. Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg.
Clinical.
Graham Usher.
So despite the 180 in the leg and a 1 dart at tops on the back of the 115, it's Graham Usher who wins
Fourth
the leg
leg,
and
it's Dan
closes
to
the gap,
throw
but
first.
Dan Reed with that all-important breaker throw in the locker.
Well, just those stats you said at the end there, that 180,
60.
that 1 dart in hand, despite throwing the better darts, that advantage of throw
Yeah.
really shown itself there.
Absolutely.
83.
And that's why that breaker throw is so important.
Especially in this race to 4. And it gives you a little bit of a,
100.
well, a little bit of a cushion, doesn't it? A little bit of breathing space.
You see a bit of your throw in,
100.
Dan Reed?
Mm.
There's a little touch of the Mason in
Yeah,
there.
there's a little bit. It looks nice enough.
134.
Unfortunately, his throws are a little better than mine. Well, everybody is. Everybody's is.
58.
It's a little bit more wristy than mine, I think. There's a break in the wrist at the end of the backswing, which
100.
I don't recommend, but I don't tend to do coaching with established players. I tend to do it to try and get it
41.
players
Dan, you
just
require
starting out to try and
107.
drum in the good fundamentals and then just let their throw evolve. Tops.
67.
Again, misses tops, but this time Usher not in a position to pounce.
44.
And doesn't pounce. Gives
Dan, you
Dan Reed
require
6
40.
darts at tops.
Game shot on
Only
the
needs
fourth
2
leg.
to
Dan Reed.
re-establish that 2-leg gap in the scoreline. 3-1 to Dan Reid. Holds the throw, keeps hold of that breaker throw. Graham Usher
to throw first.
with the darts,
Game on.
needing the leg.
He's got it all to do. 3 legs remain maximum in the match. Usher has to win them all, and that's how you start
180.
with his first max of the match. 1 apiece in 180s.
60.
Graham seems to be one of them players, don't he? Like, he'll do things, then you'll start to ask a question, and we're like, he needs to do something
60.
now, and then bosh, there it is.
Yep. He's, well, you mentioned James Wade a little earlier, but Graham Usher is a similar version in the fact that he's a reactive player. You know, when he needs to find another gear, he will find one.
140.
He has punched in some serious numbers this year.
Ironically, both left-handed players. You said you like patterns.
174. Graham
Usually on my shirts.
121. 57.
It doesn't leave a double. And Dan Reid could apply a bit of pressure here. And he's going to apply pressure.
145. Graham, you require 64. 48. Dan, you require 65.
Too good. That's the danger.
61.
Well, a match dart has come and gone.
Graham, you require 16. 12. Dan, you require 4.
Oh, that's a blocker. Can he work around it? Well, yep, you're going to have to move. And he's a long way left.
No score.
Couldn't do a Justin Smith from earlier.
Graham, you require 4.
And a miracle double 16.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Graham Usher.
What's that? 4 match darts for Dan Reid.
6th leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Seemed to break down a bit when he hit the ball rather than the 25. Just threw him off a little there. And how often does that happen? When you want the 25 and you hit the ball.
100.
What he should have done was aim for the 25 on the back of the 2 treble 20s to hit 170 to leave tops.
41.
An early error should be punished. Runs for cover.
46. 85.
Still got 4 matches to bring you on this opening
100.
day of Group A. Up next, Alan Tabern against Justin Smith. Then it'll be Graham Usher against James Richardson. Justin
100.
Smith against Lisa Ashton. And then our final match is Dan Reid against Alan Tabern.
Graham Usher striking me as an early riser.
180.
Opened the day with a 99 average, then slides down to an 89. Slid down to an 81 and now is down to an 80. So he's actually going backwards as the day's going on.
Yeah, well, normally it's the other way around, isn't it?
55. 100.
So, to eventually
Dan, require
cross
20.
the line.
Game, shots, and the
Dan
match.
Reid gets
Dan
it done,
Reid.
finds the double 10 this time, an end average 89.76, and he's missed 9 darts at a double in that match. 81.59 for Graham Usher. When we come back, it is Alan Tabern against Justin Smith.
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. We've just seen a really impressive display, haven't we, from Dan Reid? But just want to talk about Graham Usher first and foremost, because he was the favourite to top the group coming into today's action. He started so well. Are you a bit surprised about how much he's fallen off the pace?
He's slowly got backwards as the day's gone on. I said in commentary there, he started with 99, it's 89, 81. Most of the time in the 70 averages in that last match. So it's actually going backwards, which is surprising. We expected to see him stay at that level that we saw in the first game.
And he had chances at the end of legs, didn't he? We saw him slapping his thighs when he was missing darts at double. That can really affect your confidence, especially, as you said, when you must know as a player that your performances are gradually getting worse and worse.
Yeah, like I say, slapping the thighs, trying to wake himself up. He knows it's not there at the moment. He's trying to find something. Sometimes when you look for something, it just gets worse. And that's what we're seeing at the moment.
Absolutely. Justin Smith up next against Alan Tabern. Obviously, Alan looking for his first point of the day. But Justin, how impressed have you been with him today?
He's playing really good. And one of the things with Justin is that throw is so nice and it looks easy. So when he's playing well, he makes this game look easy, and it's not. You know, if you're watching this, he's making this look easier than it should do. And when he gets that first start in the treble, he's finding a lot of 140s and a lot of 180s. The stats are big because of that big power scoring.
Absolutely, and my living room door looks like it's got woodworm, so I can confirm that this game is not easy. But let's get into this one then, in the company of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Abby. And, well, I'm not going to let you get away with that. And I'm not going to let Dan get away with that, because I'm sure Dan's also contributed to those many holes in the back of the living room door.
Yeah, hopefully the landlord doesn't see that. Might not get the deposit back.
Well, the table is taking shape, and Lisa Ashton, topping the table, has one more to play, and that will be against Justin Smith, who we're going to see in action here against Alan Tabern. Their first meeting
77.
I can find between the two, this one.
Yeah, just going back to Lisa Ashton, there's always a player, isn't there, on the opening day of a group that, especially in Group A, that sets the stall, that sets the standard for the rest to follow. You just get the sense with Lisa that's the case beginning to develop here.
Yeah, well, her running stats for this tournament is around 87 coming into this week 7
81
of the Super Series, and her running average for the day is pretty similar. So she's playing well within herself.
And with those stats, you're going to win a lot more than you're going to lose.
Absolutely.
45.
Oh, yes. Well, anything around 90 can be competitive with anything around 100. It's just timing, of course.
43.
And in fairness to Justin Smith, he's had a really good day so far without maybe always getting the results.
Yeah.
40.
Well, the one game he has lost, of course, was in that wonderful performance from James Richardson, where he averaged 108.67. He only won 4-3 against Justin Smith because he averaged 100 himself. And that will make him feel a whole lot better about this leg, because up until that point, it was absolutely ordinary.
97.
We were talking with Matt earlier about Justin Smith. He's such a confident player. He needs a visit like that just to spark him into life.
Yep. Yep.
58.
Well, he may see himself 1-0 down. Alan Tabern wants 105 for a holder throw in the opening leg. We're down for treble 15 to lead tops. So
45.
Joseph Smith will get a go.
Justin, you
for
require
break a throw. Needs 109.
I mean, it's obviously not mathematically impossible if Tabern goes through the card without a win today, because he's got 10 more matches, so potentially
77.
20 more
Alan,
points to win,
60.
but it's unlikely, especially in this field.
He's had trouble on top, but not that time.
Alan Tabern.
Yeah, that
wins
was
the opening leg.
Clinical from Tabs on the doubles. A long leg, a 20 darter, which, well, even if you're poor at maths, you can work that out. That's
second leg, it's Justin
25 for a dart, 75 a throw.
Just going back to
100
the group format, and if Alan Tabern does go the day without winning any points, numerically you're still in it, but is it more mentally because he's got the rest of the day to himself, and it'll be about 2 o'clock when they leave the building. It's a long, long time to stew over it.
Yeah, absolutely. You get a lot of time in your hands to basically overthink the situation. You just got to write the day off, come back, and that's the beauty of this league and this format, this new Super Series.
100.
You got more opportunities. Even if he gets, finishes bottom of this group, it's a fresh start Thursday morning.
140.
If you are new to us, we have Group A today, tomorrow and Wednesday. Then we split the players up. The top player from Group A goes automatically through to Saturday night's final. And then Group B and C will take place over 2 sessions on Thursday and Friday. Justin Smith didn't have to go for the bullseye with Alan Tabern back on 182. For 13 dart leg, hold a throw to level us up at 1 apiece.
100. Justin, you require 32.
Edging closer.
Game show on the second
Fantastic last start there, wasn't it? There was only really that bottom corner to aim at, and he finds a sweet spot, levels us up at 1 apiece. And Justin Smith's nicely going about his business here. 88 average, the solitary max of the match.
Yeah, he did it a little earlier on the double 16. He put 2 low, moved all the way left and picked out the top corner like Lionel Messi.
Not even sure Lionel Messi could have found that corner. Mind you, nowadays, when it's the bottom corner, they usually have a draft excluder in the wall, don't they?
Yeah, I've seen that. No VAR in darts.
80.
Perhaps for the best.
Yeah.
You have to get the ruler out and draw all sorts of lines and things like that.
Yeah. No toe in the oche nowadays either, is there? We've got a great big oche down.
40.
It's raised off the floor. You still see that in pubs now, when they got the old mats down, you got people toeing the oche.
100.
And of course, for that pub player, the transition to pro couldn't be any better. And for any aspiring player, this is the thing you want to qualify and invite yourself for.
Yeah, this is the place
85. Alan, you require 141.
Well, it's the ultimate proving ground, isn't it?
$91. Justin,
good last start from Alan Tabern there, leaves himself on 50. He may not get a go. This is for break of throw for Justin Smith. Moves across. Was looking to find double 18 if he got the treble, 50. But Tabern now back for 50 for the third consecutive hold in this match.
Very nearly in the 15, but that is a great guide.
10.
Oh, bends the wire.
Justin, you require 60.
Tabs won't like that. He clips the wire.
Game shot on the third leg. Justin Smith.
There is some dynamite doubling from Justin Smith. And it is that breaker throw you mentioned, Henry.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw
that could be in the complexion of this game. Alan Tabern's had opportunities. They've come and gone. Justin Smith leads 2-1, has the darts here in the fourth, and has started well.
And he's starting to go through the gears, isn't he?
We see so often, don't we, Chris, in this best of 7 format, how quickly the game can change on one moment.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 very well thrown darts from Tabern. I mean, the second one at the top bent the wire. You can actually see the wire move. But it's not meant to be, and it's not your day. Those kind of things happen with frightening regularity.
180.
And sometimes it only takes one visit to spark yourself into life. Is that 79. The one from Alan Tabern, the Saint?
Not going to say that too much down here, mate.
Oh, yes.
80.
I don't like the the Saints in Pompey.
I can tell you that from experience.
Of course, this is your manor, isn't it?
180. Alan, you require 104.
Can't lie, I like the idea of sleeping in my own bed at night.
Yeah.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Oh, brilliant from
Alan
Tabern. And the best leg of the match. Both players hitting a 180 in there, and that was a 12-dart finish. You know, I have to keep going to my phone, put the sat-nav on so I remember where I live.
Your home's a hotel these days, isn't it?
59.
Had much of a chance to see the sights around here?
We went down to Port Solent last night and had a...
Lovely down there.
Yeah, we were down looking at, admiring all the
60.
lovely yachts. Yeah, I had a look at a few down there. Maybe living on a boat for me is the future.
134.
To win Champions League, it could be.
I'm not sure I can really put a tent on a dinghy, though. But the only one I could afford to buy down there, I think.
85.
I will probably end up relocating to Portsmouth, so sign me on for your Super League team.
140.
Another strong leg from Tabern.
He's just upped it here, hasn't he, the last couple of legs?
Well, they both have, haven't they? The averages indicate that as well. They were both in the low 80s, now both into the low 90s and climbing. And that was a beautiful setup shot. 24 after 12 this time. Hit double 12. The last one for the 104.
55. Alan, you require 24.
Well, 13 to put him within 1. Oh my, that's as bad as it gets.
22.
As bad as it gets.
Well, he really needed to attack that double
Justin,
one.
you require 161.
Rather be inside than outside and come back for double one. And he is going to come back.
However, Justin Smith will feel if he can get a score here with Tabern back on double one,
81.
he's got more than a chance.
Alan,
Well, you always fancy your chances when your opponent's on double one, and that's why. No split
Justin,
11s here at the Super
80.
Series.
Game shot on the 5th
That
leg.
is daylight robbery from Justin Smith.
He picked his pocket. At least Robin Hood wore a mask. That is 3 consecutive
6th leg, it's Justin
breaks
to
of throw.
first.
It's now Justin Smith with the darts. You did say how those one moments can just turn things
81.
around. Well, there's a perfect example. Sitting pretty on 24 after 12. And after his next
97.
visit, leaves himself on double one. And that was a game changer.
96.
Tabern now having to break to stay in the match.
This is the way to do it.
140.
Leg very much up in the offing now.
Alan's a perfect example as well of throwing when the shackles
40.
are off. He's nice and relaxed now. He's probably a little negative, but sometimes that can just help you
58.
to relax and just throw naturally. Nobody will be more frustrated than Tabs with his performances so far today. He's a much better player than this, as we've seen in the past here at
60.
the Live League.
Now, to pose one advantage of having 5 games in a day is if you do get off to a poor start, you can try and play your way back
100.
into form.
Yeah. When he's played, prior to today, he's played 42 matches in the Live League, has a running average just shy of 88 overall.
60.
And a high of 101.9. So that
106.
shows you he's a much more capable player. His averages today have been 80.83.
58. Justin, you require 164.
And 85. So he's below par.
124.
Super shot from
Alan, you
Justin
require
Smith.
48.
Puts a different complexion on the double.
Game shot on the
Isn't
6th
it
leg.
remarkable?
Alan
A
Tabern.
4th consecutive break a throw, and Tabs keeps himself in it, finding the double 16 with dart number 2 on the back of 48, 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's Alan
And
to
if we
throw
go by
first.
your logic, Justin Smith
Game
wins this
on.
leg, and we can
Yeah.
we can go home. We've done our job for the day.
$123.
Well, that's a strong start from Tabern, and that's a blocker. Got to come out of there.
59.
And only 59, so a real chance for Tabern to put some distance between himself and Smith and give himself some much-needed breathing
40.
space in a deciding leg, but basically open the door back up for Smith.
Perfect first dart for him, followed by a second.
140.
Asking the question of Alan Tabern on throw.
134.
Well, that was a happy accident there, because
77.
the treble 4 scores 12, 2 treble 20s. He could have left the 170.
60.
Which we've seen from Justin Smith today. We've seen 10 perfect darts from James Richardson.
43.
Fair to say, they've acclimatised to the
Alan, you
stage.
require 144.
Didn't take him long.
Another. Would have left double 12 for the match in some style.
Yeah, Alan Tabern's had a 144 today in the opening match against James Richardson.
112.
All about putting as much pressure on as possible.
Yeah, and keeping those fingers crossed.
100.
In hope of a mistake. That was
Alan,
the minimum
you require
requirement.
32.
He's 3 out of 9 on the doubles. He's got 3 in hand, so he's 1 out of 3, and in
the
it
match.
goes.
Alan Tabern.
And Alan Tabern battles back well and gives us our first holder throw since leg 2, an average of 89.81. That's a little bit more where we expect to see Alan Tabern. 87.88 for Justin Smith. All right, when we come back, it will be Graham Usher against James Richardson.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We've just seen a performance from Alan Tabern that you're more likely to expect, just shy of the 90 average. Would you say that's what you were expecting to see from him today?
Not straight off the bat. He told me this morning that he's had a little bit of time off, and I said on the very first game on commentary, when you have time off, it's your doubles that will show through, and that's where you're going to get those little lacks. And that's what he's been doing. He's been playing really well. He's been getting the trebles, lots of double-treble combinations. He's been letting himself down on the finishes and the doubles. He tidied them up in that game. He nearly let it get away from him, and then he tidied them back up again. And if he keeps that going, he's going to start getting himself up the table.
Most definitely, and we can take a little look at that table now. Lisa Ashton in pole position as we stand. She's been superb. Justin Smith, though, he's been really, really impressive today, hasn't he? But coming up next, we do have, of course, you can see them just behind us. James Richardson, who's just above Alan Tabern in the table. He's had some impressive wins, especially that one over Justin Smith with the 109 average. Are you expecting to see somewhere similar to that? Because he's dropped off it quite considerably since, hasn't he?
Yeah, the last two games haven't followed that pattern, and it's reactive now. We need to react and come back and get back to what he was doing in that first bit. Graham's going to be a big challenge for him here. This is a completely 50-50 game, and you can see that in the table. There's nothing to split them.
Most definitely. There we go then. Let's head into this one. It's Henry Deacon and Chris Mason in comms.
Thank you, Abby. And I echo the sentiments from both. Lisa Ashton still on top, but a chance for either of these players to join Lisa on 6 points. All the players entering the final phase. One cycle of games to go. 3 more matches for your entertainment.
First leg, it's Graham to throw
Who
first.
do you think in this one, Henry?
Game on.
Well, we said just sort of coming on, it's in boxing they say styles make fights, and you just get the sense that this is a sort of game where they can both flow off of each other. I'd say in
Great
terms
analogy, that, mate. Never thought about it. I'd nick that one off you in future. Thanks
I have some uses.
180.
That was useful from James Richardson.
But I concur with you. It's going to have a very nice rhythm to this one, which allow both players to flow naturally.
You say over the course of the day, James has perhaps been the more consistent of the two.
I'd agree.
36.
As he hits 36. The commentator's curse is alive and well.
85.
But, you know, I would agree. He's looked the more likely of the two. Both players, of course, have produced wonderfully high averages. And
134.
both off the back of that have declined slightly, but it's been more emphatic from
96. James, you
Graham
require
Usher, I suppose.
151.
Although you're only going in one direction after you average nearly 109. Well, unless your name's Phil Taylor, of course.
83. Graham, you require 125.
Everyone else might as well go home. So 68 upon James Richardson's return for an opening leg break.
45. James, you require 68.
2 darts at double 4. Double 2.
Game shot on the first
Well, it's been
leg.
Matt Edgar's keyword of the day, ruthless from James Richardson, as he breaks in the opening leg against Graham Usher. Smack bang in the 15 dart range.
Second leg, it's James to throw
so
first.
close to the wire there, it took off a bit of the coating. The board today has taken a fair pounding.
46.
And a lot of 180s. Real nice big finishes, including highlight of the day was the 170. And that lovely sequence from James Richardson where he hit 171, didn't get another throw in the leg.
58.
And then went 180, 180, treble 20. So he produced 10 immaculate darts in the scoring phase.
140.
Hello. It's a little premature.
That's a bit like me on the Friday night, to be fair. To be fair, if I hit double 2, I'll be happy.
180.
I have to pay rent on double 1.
100.
And for the players, this is their last game of the day, so they don't have to think about any other scenarios. They can just go out and just play, and they can completely empty the tank now.
Yep, exactly that. They can... There's no more matches to come. They've got nothing else to think about except this game.
160.
Getting back to their hotel, probably enjoying a nice bit of dinner later, and then getting up in the morning and going again. And as you say, Tuesday is moving day. And that's where we'll really see one of these players take this group by the scruff of the neck.
And with it being so tight, you can win your last game of the day. That dinner later on the scene will feel so much nicer.
Oh, absolutely. Treat yourself to steak and chips or something.
Wonder if James Richardson's got the slow cooker on today.
Yeah, he likes to bring it with him, doesn't he? Wonder how many smoke alarms he set off in hotel rooms with that thing.
135. 70. James requires 76.
Well, this would feel sweet. 2 darts at double A, only needs the one, and he opens up a 2-0 lead as James Richardson. And Graham Usher has it all to do in their final games of the day. But here's Usher, who has the darts in the third.
Yeah, some tidy finishing. 2 from 3 on the doubles for Richardson.
Game on.
That's been the difference. Graham Usher has put himself in a position to win the leg, but he's been denied a dart at the double by that solid finishing from Richardson. Incredibly, he's
55.
2 180s, but no 140s. All or nothing darts.
96.
Here at the MODUS Super Series.
So he's trebles for show and doubles for dough so far.
81. 96.
I mean, if he gets beat heavily here, he started the day joint top after the opening sequence of matches by virtue of winning 4-2, the same as Justin Smith.
60.
And if Tabern wins big in his final game against Dan Reed, Graham Usher could find himself at the foot of the table.
65.
Now quickly things can change.
164. Yep. 140.
Again, we spoke earlier about how Graham Usher likes to stack. That first dart was perfect for him. He's going to get a go at double 12. His heart would have been in his mouth for a second.
Yeah, when he's seen that treble 20 go in, it would have been.
Game shot on the third leg.
Sneaks it into the top right-hand corner. 2-1 now. And that was Messi-esque.
Yeah, it took a bit of a deflection, didn't it?
Fourth leg, it's James
in
to
the
throw
corner.
First.
And it is Richardson still with that break of throw.
100.
Big leg, this one.
100.
A huge swing, isn't it? And your mentality towards the match. 2-2, game on, 3-1 down. 140. It's pretty much game over.
I was saying earlier, Usher's one of those players where in any scenario it's still 0-0 to him.
Yeah.
Doesn't change his mindset no matter what the situation in the match is.
140.
However, he'll feel a bit bogged down by those last couple of visits by James Richardson. Back-to-back ton 40s, his first 2 of the match.
135. James requires 121.
Usher, no finish, so he could go 25 here.
'81.
Tees up tops.
Again inside 12.
James require 40.
With 3-1 lead, this has been a really good performance so far from James Richardson.
20.
But
Graham, you require 68.
Graham Usher has the chance to level us up. One dart at tops.
48.
But it comes and goes. Usher's had his opportunity.
20.
Double five. Don't want to go inside here. Does go inside. He's
well
given
inside,
Usher the
it?
opportunity.
Required 20.
He's left himself. Number one.
Game
Doesn't
shot
matter.
fourth
Usher
leg.
gets
Graham
the break
Usher.
back. A 16-darter. And prior to the end of that leg, Richardson was 2 out of 3 on the doubles. He had 5 darts there for a 3-1
Fifth leg, it's Graham
lead.
to throw first.
Usher is away
100.
at the start of leg 5. Are we going to look back at them 5 missed starts on James
100.
Richardson when we reflect upon this game with Abby and guests up in the studio?
92.
Just to mark your card, 2 more games after this one. Justin Smith will take on Lisa Ashton, and then we end the day with Dan Reid
100.
up against Alan Tabern. And the group could be right up in the offing, or if Lisa Ashton can win, she cements herself
99.
and her place as the dominant force in Group A.
Yeah, she'd love to be the overnight leader. Certainly sleep better knowing that.
100.
The way she's played today, got every chance. Against Justin Smith. That'll be another quick
60.
fire game, won't it? Another tempo that will suit both.
You look at every single player on the show,
Yeah.
they all play at a really good pace, which has made for some really good games
60.
today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Graham, you require 150.
When this group was announced, I looked down the list and I thought there's not a slow player in there.
Not at all.
80. James, you require
Even really a
141.
medium pace. They're all quick.
Well, he missed the treble 19 with the
Graham, you
8th
require
dart on his
70.
way to a potential 9-dart leg earlier on today.
Wow, he's missed.
30. James,
missed
you
the big
require
number.
32.
And so,
Game
to
shot
get
on
the
the
break
fifth
back,
leg.
and James Richardson is now within a leg. Graham Usher missed the big number. It's the biggest darting no-no in the book. And now it gives James Richardson the opportunity with
Sixth
the
leg, it's
darts
James to
to
throw
seal the
first.
deal.
Yeah, more bad news for Usher. Not only was it the break of throw and missing that big number to get a dart at a double,
100.
it's James Richardson who has the honour in the 6th to serve this one out. And there'll be a big win for Richardson, this one.
140.
Just changes the complexion of the group. Changes your complexion of the group from your
100.
mindset.
Well, Usher was favourite to win the group, wasn't he? 5-2 outright to win Group A.
140.
Those who put money on Lisa Ashton this morning will feel better about their money placed.
140.
If you are having a flutter, remember 18+, begambleaware.org. And the fun stop.
140.
Well, you can
James, you
afford to
require
lose, 'cause
161.
ultimately, that's what's going to happen.
65. Graham, you require 81.
To send us the distance. Gonna get 1 dart at the bullseye.
Game shot on the
Only
sixth
needs 1
leg.
dart at the bullseye.
Graham
And right
Usher.
in the middle of the diddle.
Well, that's 4. Oh, no, sorry, yeah, that's 4 consecutive breaks to throw.
7th and final leg. It's Graham to throw
A
first.
strange
Game on.
old match, this one. Was a beautiful dart. at the bullseye.
100.
It's one of those that when you have a filming session, they're the sort of bullseyes you want to see on the camera.
60.
Absolutely.
Will that be on the highlights, which you can see on our newly revamped
85.
social media channels? Do give us a follow on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. It is at MSS Darts. So if you're out and about or working from home and you want to
100.
catch all the results when you can't catch us on the screen, those are the places to do so. We have highlights, bonus content and
60.
everything else aside from there.
And we also, although our YouTube channel is still running under the Online Darts Live League. On the Online Darts YouTube channel, we will be switching across at some point to our rebranded MODUS Super Series
60.
YouTube channel. So make sure you subscribe there and hit that notification bell. Online Darts, of course, will still be bringing you plenty of content, including the live lounge on Monday nights.
60.
Don't forget, tune in this evening.
Exciting times ahead, Chris.
Oh, darts has never been in a better place, in my opinion.
140.
And players have
James require
never had so many
161.
opportunities.
Well, Usher may not get an opportunity at the 56, the bullseye.
127.
Some finish
Graham require
to
56.
a very enjoyable match, and he's again missed a big number. Double 16.
31.
Wow, that is a bus ride.
James require 34.
Wow.
17 double 4, I think. Sorry, two double 16.
Game
And
shot
gets the
and
double
match.
16
James
and
Richardson
gets the win, and yet another break of throw, and it's James Richardson who moves on to 6 points. Our penultimate match up next, and it is Justin Smith against table-topping Lisa Ashton.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just 2 more games to go on this Monday afternoon. For Group A, we've got Dan Reid against Alan Tabern rounding off the afternoon. But first, we have Justin Smith against Lisa Ashton. Lisa Ashton is currently sat top of the table. Of course, she plays Justin Smith, who's put in some really, really impressive performances himself. He's had a number of 140s. Of course, he took out the big fish as well in one of his matches. If we just take a little look at the table, it's Lisa Ashton sat top of the crop, 6 points. Then James Richardson is also on 6 points. But of course, Lisa Ashton has the opportunity now to extend her lead at the top of the table. Justin Smith could join them on 6 points. Then you've got Dan Reid also on 4, and then Alan Tabern propping up the table with just the 2 points. He could, of course, add to that. He put in a much better display in his last match, close to the 90 average. But let's get into this one, shall we? It is Justin Smith against Lisa Ashton coming your way. We're going to join our commentary team now. That is Matt Edgar and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Final game for both Justin and Lisa today. Lisa, Ashton, as you can see, top in the group as things stand. Will do no matter what overnight, or at least be joint top on 6 points. Justin Smith in third on 4. They can join Ashton and Richardson on 6 with a victory. But if Lisa can beat Justin, she will go outright top no matter what at the end of this one. And how important is it, Matt Edgar alongside me here in the commentary booth, psychologically, if Lisa can keep herself top overnight?
We just get to go away and take stock of what you've done and come back top, knowing that actually that early game, the early games are one you've always got to be quite wary of. And if she comes back tomorrow and she's got that 2-point buffer, this will be a big game. She could do with the points here.
Game on.
Get herself in a pole position, ready for Saturday's finals.
So then 2 more games left today. After this, we'll see Dan Reed and Alan Tabern finish the show. They'll then be first thing tomorrow morning from 9:30.
60.
You just feel here Lisa's going to have to hit her best, though. Justin's played so well all day, and I think the big factor here
81.
is that advantage of throw. That could really tell as this game goes on. Expect to see quite a lot of holds of throw in this one.
46.
I mean, if we reflect on the day as a whole, the standard has been really good, really steady. And every single player has played their part.
60.
Well, when we got here this morning and we looked at the group, the first thing we all did was go, oof, this is going to be close. Pick a winner out of that.
140.
Well done if you did. Still a long way to go, though. Lots of darts to be thrown. 2 more days of action with the
60.
same players in Group A before we open up Group B and Group C.
Indeed, we will. And some tasty-looking groups as well is Group B and Group
83.
C. We'll have a
Justin, you
look at
require
who's in that at the
160.
end of this leg, because Justin Smith wants 160 after 12.
60.
He's a ton after 15. Lisa Backall 172.
50. Justin, you require 100.
Tops from here.
No, stayed on the
60.
treble there. Not a bad
Lisa,
call.
you require
Nice lie on the treble there
122.
for him on the, with the first start.
Another. Bullseye.
97.
Unlucky.
Justin, you require 40.
So tops for an opening leg hold for Justin Smith. Double 10.
35.
And it's just got a
Lisa,
bit
you
scrappy
require
from Justin
25.
Smith's perspective. And Lisa Ashton, who's been excellent on the doubles so far today,
70.
and nearly did so again.
Justin, you require 5.
Double 2.
Game shot on the first leg.
And Justin Smith gets there in the end, but he had more than enough opportunities to finish the leg. He'll be thankful that last dart at double 2 went in. Otherwise, if Lisa mocked that up, he would
Second
have
leg, it's
felt
Lisa
all
to throw
sorts of
first.
bother.
Game on.
He hit it just in time.
Oh, no.
100.
Is Chris Murphy sat next to me?
Yeah, that's my only one. I've not got many in the locker.
140.
I'm sure he's seen Tim Vine once or twice.
100.
We bigged up the holds of throw, and that was a hold of throw. That's the first one. That's what we're expecting here. If the stats are anything to go by. But then again,
100.
games aren't played on paper.
Averages are only a guide.
180.
Well, that first start was a perfect guide for Lisa Ashton. Leaving herself on 1-2-1 after 9.
96.
It is a
Lisa, you
case
require
of respect the hold.
121.
And Justin Smith's left himself on 165, so Lisa's going to get 6 at it here.
85.
Perfect setup as well for those 6. You can set it up with the first 3. It gives you 3 straight at that double. And there's nothing Justin can
81.
do now but stand
Lisa, you
back,
require
watch, and hope that
36.
Lisa doesn't do what she's been doing all day, and that's pinging the doubles.
Game shot on the second leg. Lisa
And
Ashton.
that is a dangerous tack Don't want to be gambling on Lisa Ashton to miss today. He has been ruthless on the
Third leg, it's Justin
doubles
to
bed.
throw first.
85.2 average. Just kind of been about her mean for the entire day.
100.
That's what you need, isn't it? Consistency. Consistency wins these days. Consistency gets
59.
points, and consistency gets you through to Saturday.
Where a £5,000 first prize is up for grabs, and for the winner, a spot
100.
at Champions Week. The 12 champions from 12 weeks will take part in mid-October for the first prize, £20,000, and to call themselves the MODUS Super Series champions. Quite something to have in your CV. Just running something on the stage there.
$100.
Just had a little glance at the averages there on the screen.
140.
Both players just slightly under performing from their daily stats at the moment, which again leads itself to expected
60.
holds a throw. And as I say that, Lisa, in a position here, she can find a couple of trebles that will open the door for a potential break.
85. Justin, you require 141.
We know the route, don't we? Treble 15 for double 18.
123.
And that would have been so
Lisa, you
typical for
require
Justin Smith,
117.
having hit only 1 from 5 before that to then nail the 141. Lisa Ashton wants tops for
97.
117.
Justin, you require
And that would have
80.
been for the break. Smith splits.
Game shot
Smith
the third
hits.
leg. Justin Smith.
And yet another holder throw in this game. And he's halfway towards victory is Justin Smith. Lisa Ashton has to find a break somewhere. She has the
Fourth
darts
leg,
in the
it's Lisa
fourth
to throw first.
to bring herself back level.
85. $59.
We did say earlier we were going to run through who else is going to join the darty party at the Super Series later on this week.
85.
Second and third in Group A will head into Group B. They're going to be joined by David Pallett, Jared Cole and Nick Kenny. Good luck deciding that one.
60.
David Pallett's been in exceptional form as of late, picking up titles on both organisations, both codes, picking
60.
up titles and playing well in doing so.
I watched him win the England Open down at Breen, and he just had that swagger about him. You know, when there's a player in
60.
form, they just don't feel like they're going to lose.
Pallett does get a nice swagger about him when he's playing well as well. And you can normally tell in the body
100.
language for a few people. Pallett's one of those. Like when he had that big run at the UK Open down in Minehead. It was like he believed he was going to win the entire event.
140.
You buy into that yourself. You know, you're like, oh, this guy, and that's where Pallett is at the moment. We're all looking at him thinking he's a likely runner for taking
97.
this week's title.
Indeed. Was runner-up in week 1. And in Group C, Carl Wilkinson, Martin Thomas and Reece Colley. Again, a
100.
really tight group.
Lisa,
And
you
remember,
require
only 2 through
74.
from Group C. Here in Group A, only top spot goes through, but they get a second bite of the cherry in Groups B and C.
Game
Lisa
shot
Ashton
the
only needed
foreplay.
1 dart at the
Lisa
ball to
Ashton.
level us up at 2 apiece.
Fifth leg, it's Justin to throw
You
first.
sense, Matt, this is the leg for Lisa.
I said it at the start, and I'm just going to keep banging
140.
that drum. Holds a throw. Holds a throw is what I expected, and when you open with a 140 with that throw, there's only one thing you can do.
140.
Is a max. Lisa matches the 140, but she just needs to find
100.
an inspired 6 darts from somewhere. But even then, when Justin's doing this, it's an inspired 6 darts and an opportunity to present itself from somewhere.
140.
6 darts just like that.
It's inspiring, isn't it? Inspiring darts.
60.
And there is the opportunity we said needs to present itself.
Has forced the error, Justin Smith. That's a nice lie with the first dart.
140.
This has been a brilliant leg, excellent leg, stupendous leg from Lisa Ashton, leaving 81 after 9. Potential 11 dart leg
97.
to break the throw
Lisa, you
and to go
require
within 1 of the
81.
match. Did you hit it last leg?
56.
Came close to doing so this
Justin,
time
you
round as
require
well.
104.
Huge visit for Justin Smith. Still on. 1 dart at double 16.
72.
Comes and goes.
Lisa, you require 25.
We've spoken about the holder throw. This could be a potential break.
She needed to get some inspired darts. She's found 3 140s
Game shot on
and
the
she
fifth
finds the
leg.
double 8 with her last
Lisa
dart in
Ashton.
hand. 15 dart leg there for Lisa Ashton. Fantastic timing. Timing was everything there. Opening the leg. 140, 140,
Sixth leg, it's
140.
Lisa's to throw first. Game
Fantastic
on.
darts for Lisa Ashton. And she breaks the throw, moving 3-2 up and needs this one to end the day
55.
top of the league.
On 8 points, winning 4 from 5. A excellent return for the 4-time Women's World Champion.
59.
She can do that on Tuesday and on Wednesday. We will not be seeing her on Thursday and Friday because she'll be through to Saturday.
In front of the big crowd.
132.
Averaging just under 90 here, Lisa.
100.
Which has kind of been around where she's been all day, hovering either side of the 90 average.
92.
Which is title contending stats. You know, 90 to 92 is where you need to be. That's what we see regularly with these group winners and week winners. That's sort of
60.
where their weekly stats are.
It makes someone have to play well against you to get the victory.
140.
Do you think those compilers who put her as the biggest outsider of the group are checking themselves?
They'll be sweating
41. Lisa, you require 82.
for the match. Double 16.
Game, shot,
And that is
and the
superb
match.
from Lisa Ashton. And she will finish day 1 here in Group A at the Super Series. Top of the pile. Top marks from Lisa Ashton. She has won 4 from 5 today. Those are statistics. A 92.1 average. 4 from 11 on the doubles. And the game's only 180. Excellent performance from Lisa Ashton. After the break, we're going to see our last match of the day. It's Dan Reed up against Alan Tabern.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just one more game left for you this afternoon. Mace, enjoyed the action? Lisa Ashton has looked really, really good, hasn't she? Clinical on the outer ring, posting some really good averages.
Yeah, won 4 out of 5 matches. She's going to be the overnight table topper, so she'll sleep well this evening, and I'm sure her dinner will taste wonderful. But yeah, she's been the most solid player throughout. We've seen some good averages from individuals, but then they've not backed up those performances. And well, it was a great ball finish that set the tone in that match against Justin Smith, and then was clinical at the end with ball double 16. She is rightly on top for me.
Yeah, clinical and certainly the most consistent performer as well, because when you look at the table, James Richardson is sat in second place, but he's had a few dips, hasn't he? He's had a few off games, whereas Lisa has kind of maintained a steady level.
Yeah, well, both him and Graham Usher, those terrific averages. I think Usher was just under a ton, and that 108.67 from James, but the response from that, they both sort of averaged in the low 80s, where Lisa has been, I mean, she's averaged over 90 for the day. Absolutely solid. And
a word on Graham Usher, because he is nicknamed the Gambler, but his poker face needs a bit of work up on that stage, doesn't it?
Yeah, he gives a little bit too much away, and those tells encourage, even when you're behind, if you see a player becoming frustrated, you'll then start to fancy the job. He gives far too much away.
And this last match of the afternoon, Dan Reid against Alan Tabern. Of course, Alan Tabern has now got his first win of the day. That 90 average, it was more like the Alan Tabern we expect to see. Who do you see coming out on top in this one?
Yeah, when you look at Tabern's averages coming into it, his running average is near 88, and we didn't see anything like that until that final game. Not seen the best of Dan Reid yet. We may in this final match.
Would you say as well, we've not really seen the best of Alan Tabern? You've done a lot of the Live League and of course the Super Series. We've not really often seen the best of Tabern at these events.
No, and he's coming off a bit of a break, so that might have reinvigorated his enthusiasm for the sport. He's still very, very capable, as we've seen. I think his personal best at the Live League was around 102, so he's still got a good game in the locker.
Right then, as you said, it's move-in day tomorrow, so to see how the table looks heading into move-in day, let's join our commentary team for the last match of the day. It's Matt Edgar and first Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. One more game to go on Monday here at the Super Series. Lisa Ashton will be top of the group no matter what happens in this final game between Alan Tabern and Dan Reid. A win for Dan Reid, he can go second overnight, whilst Alan Tabern, a victory for him, blows everything into proportion. Matt Edgar alongside me for one final time today. And this is a match that could, even at this early stage, change the whole dynamic of the group.
It almost feels strange saying on Monday that this is a must-win game. But looking at that leg difference and that minus leg difference that Alan Tabern's facing here, he can't afford to lose this and still hope to win Group
60.
A. He'll be playing for group positions there, because obviously we've got the advantage of more places for Group B, so there'll be plenty of things still to play for Alan, but I think if he doesn't take this, his Group A hopes could be over on day one.
And then I suppose it's all about picking yourself up overnight.
Comes thick and fast, don't it? 25 matches these guys are going to be playing throughout this week, and they'll be hoping for more than that because they'll be playing on Saturday as well. So there is no time to dwell. It's get back to the hotel, pick yourself up, and back here again tomorrow morning. Because this will be the first game tomorrow morning as well, so they'll be straight back on the stage.
140.
Alan will be throwing first in that game, so it'll just flip the order.
I'll be well acquainted by about 10 o'clock tomorrow.
99.
Huge shout out to our referee, Charlie Courtefine, doing a sterling job. As always, one of a number of our referees that will be joining us for the Super Series.
180.
And that's excellent from Alan Tabern. That's now made in favour for the leg. Unless Dan Reid could have got the 145. This is for an
80.
opening leg break. Tabern has to break once in this match. Why not do it right from the get-go? Tops. How much of that can he see?
Game shot on the
Enough
first
for it to go in.
Alan Tabern.
And Alan Tabern gets that opening leg breaker throw. He has the initiative in this game. He has command in this game. He has the darts in leg 2.
Second leg, Alan to throw first.
And even at this early stage, Dan Reid is under all sorts of pressure.
Alan's sort of playing the day by the script, isn't he, here? We said at the very, very start, when you have a little break,
60.
it's the doubles that are going to highlight where that comes up. And we look at his stats throughout the day. He's been fine on the 140s. He's been fine on getting the trebles. It's when he has to switch around the board, it's sort of cost him a little bit throughout the day. And as the day's gone on, he's started to hit those doubles. He's started to take those combination
60.
shots. And if he takes this, he'll start to put himself in a position where this group gets really tight and interesting. When your bottom player's on 4 points, you know it's a tight
41.
group.
We'll have to get the abacus into the commentary box.
Shoes and socks off.
180.
Putting the cat amongst the pigeons is Alan Tabern.
96.
They still sell abacuses. Do you reckon you can get any on Amazon?
130.
Here's 71 after 12. Lead not on a finish. It's going to be next time round, though.
137. Alan, you
He's
require
himself
71.
on 50 if he returns. Only going to get one dart at tops.
Game
Only
shot on the
needs
second
one
low.
dart at tops.
Alan Tabern.
And it's 2 from 2 on the checkout to Alan Tabern. And he opens up a 2-0 lead against Dan Reed. He's halfway towards the finishing line. In a quality
Third leg,
affair
it stands
to
for
finish
front
our
third.
opening day's action here in Group A. Tabern averaging a ton.
60.
Reed averaging 99 until that visit. It's dropped down to 95. But a quality affair to finish off our daytime session.
140. 95.
It's interesting when you look at the stories of the journeys of the players today on day one. Some people started strong and have tailed off as the day's gone on. Tabern has done the complete opposite of that. He's getting
140.
stronger as this goes. He's found his second 140 there. The average is up to nearly 107.
81.
And he's looking like this could be a second breaker throne.
Potentially finishing with a flourish.
60.
And I just wonder, outside of Lisa Ashton, who topped the pile overnight, who do you think will be the next happiest with their daily performance?
I don't think many
95.
people have come off there feeling
Alan, you require
too positive. Like you
161.
can see, there's not a lot of smiles in this back end of the games. I think if Tabern takes this one, despite how it started,
That's our score was
he's going to be
85.
going home very
83.
happy.
Just double checking the scores, make sure everything's 100% okay. Which gives us the chance to reflect upon today, doesn't it, Matt? And it's been a day where we've seen some really good performances, but at the end of it, you've got a group that is wide open in the offing.
Call this group at your peril. This could go either way, and what Tabern's doing at the moment is showing us that every single one of these 6 players are genuinely contenders for this weekly title. I don't think at the moment you can really pick a winner or be happy with picking a winner out of this group so far. I think James Richardson performance, though, I'm going to be watching that when I get back. I can't wait for that.
60. Alan, you require 78.
To open up a 3-0 lead in next to no time at all.
58. Dan, you
Just
require
underneath. That's the first one he's
120.
missed at double so far. Dan Reed knee Shanghai. This is just to keep him in the game.
60. Alan, you require 20.
3-0, the double break.
Game
And
shot
to
on the
throw
third
for a
leg.
4-0 win.
Alan Tabern.
And it's not just the victory which is pivotal for Alan Tabern, it's the legs as well.
Came into this on -6. We said he didn't just need a win, he needed a good win.
Fourth leg, it's
And
Alan
if
to
he
throw
comes out with this
first.
with a 4-0,
Game on.
that's going to take legs off of Dan Reed as well. This is going to really open things up. We said that he had to win
42.
this, and he's responding.
But in some senses for Alan, can he almost go into knockout tournament mentality where you have to
81.
win no matter what?
And that's easier to do sometimes. That's what we've played all our lives. These group phases, these are completely different. We see it at the Grand Slam of Darts.
59.
And that's probably the only time we really see this sort of group phase where you can lose and come back. So going into that, let's say that knockout mentality, we might be seeing the best of
81.
him because of that exact reason. And if you can get a 4-0, like I said, this is the first game tomorrow morning as well. And it will be flipped in the fact that Alan will have the darts.
97.
If you can take a 4-0 against the throw, who knows what that could do?
And it's going to make Dan sleep a little bit more uneasy as well. And I suppose,
78.
as you mentioned, if you've got the same opponent first thing tomorrow morning, there's even more trepidation as your head hits the pillow.
140. $41.
No finish for Alan on the 163, but he can certainly set it up. And he will be setting it up. Sets it up
131.
perfectly. Sets it up on the double 16. There is nothing Dan Reid can do now to avoid getting the whitewash. It is all in Alan Tabern's hands.
100. Alan, you required 32.
Double 16.
Game,
In
shots,
one dart.
and the
He
match.
only missed one
Alan
dart at a double
Tabern.
in that whole game, which was the interesting part. We've been saying all day he's been missing the doubles. He didn't there. 80% on the finish in there for Alan Tabern.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the match stats then from our final game of the day. 96.97 average for Alan Tabern. 2 180s, 4 from 5 on the checkouts. 80% that equates to, and a high checkout of 80. Matt, it's been an absolute pleasure to be sat alongside you in the commentary box. I hope you've enjoyed your Super Series commentary bow.
Well, the players made it easy today, didn't they? With the stats and the things they put in today, some really good stuff. Like I said, James Richardson really stealing the show with that 108 average against Justin Smith. Needed it as well, Justin Smith, a 99.89 average himself, and went down 4 legs to 3. A 170 in that one as well. We saw the big fish today. We've seen a lot of really good darts today, but Lisa Ashton's going to be taking the top spot.
Well, Matt, thank you very much for your company today. We're going to head back up to the studio now, get Chris Mason's reflections on the day. He's alongside Abigail Davis.
Yeah, thanks very much, guys. We really have seen some top quality here this morning and this afternoon. Some really high averages and big finishes as well. Chris, what have you made of today's action?
I think we've seen the best and worst of pretty much all the players except Lisa, who remains solid. That performance there from Alan Tabern, a 97 average, 1 dart missed at a double. That's more like Alan. In his last 2 games, he's been very good, just under 90. And then, well, not far off a ton there against Dan Reid, who I expected to get some out of that game. Obviously, looking at the results today, I thought Dan Reid might have pinched it, but absolutely blitzed.
And didn't even allow his opponent to dart at double, which is quite remarkable, as you said, especially some of the performances Dan has put in himself. Let's take a little look at the table then before we leave you. Any real surprises in there for you?
No, not really. Not really. To be honest, I expected pretty much what we got from the players. I expected a little bit more consistency from Graham Usher. We've seen, you know, flickers of why he won a week not that long ago, and of course he's hit 9 darters at the old venue, and we're still waiting for one at the new one, but it won't be long. And we've seen 7 perfect darters. Well, we've seen 10 from James Richardson earlier. Yeah, I think we've just seen the pretty much the best and worst from all the players, except Lisa, who was solid as a rock all day, and rightfully is our overnight leader.
Absolutely. And Justin Smith, just a word on him, because he's someone that you picked out before we got going today, and he's really, really impressed at times, hasn't he?
Yeah, and there's lots more to come from him. I think he's one of those that, with the experience of playing in this again, especially now that it's in a new venue on a stage, and hopefully he qualifies for a Saturday night, gets in front of some of his family and friends who will come up and watch him. I think he's going to blossom, and it's PDC's gain or loss, because no doubt he'll be off to Q School in January.
Right then, as Mace said, plenty more to come from Justin Smith this week, and plenty more to come from us as well. We will be returning tomorrow morning at 9:30. We'll see you then.